Back again with y'all, live and in action, melanated as ever. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I wish y'all could see my pants, man. I got some really cool pants on today, but maybe I'll do a full body live another time. But I got some really cool, really cool pants on today. Anyway, what's going on, y'all? Back again. It's your brother Legend. Wishing you well. Wishing the ancestors graced your presence with abundance. Wishing peace to all my melanated brothers and sisters. What's up, Gullah? Peace, peace. Hope everyone's had some time to decolonize, unpack, our daily cleansing, because every day you become re-indoctrinated. You gotta, they brain soil your mind. So we gotta brainwash. You know what I'm saying? They brain soil your mind. So we gotta brainwash. You know what I'm saying? They brain soil your mind. And so you got to be intentional, washing some of that off of you, washing some of that off your mind, your consciousness, your nervous system. Get it out. You know what I'm saying? I hope someone's, since the last time we spoke, opened up a book, looked at a lecture. You know what I'm saying? Some John Henrik Clark. I hope you got some of that in your system. I hope you got some Dr. Francis Cress Welsing in your system, some Joseph Ben Yakinen in your system. Yes, sir. I'm praying that, y'all have got some Amos Wilson in you since the last time we spoke. I hope my live is valuable to you, but not your only source of I wouldn't even say education, but raising your consciousness, because we know education is indoctrination. But I hope you're getting information from elsewhere off this app. And shout out to everybody that understands what we're here to do. We want to have a discussion, a simple discussion, but it's not so simple sometimes, it's nuanced. Yeah, the get out background. Yeah. Some of these brothers need to get out. They just like this man right here. They need to get out. You know what I'm saying? Get out. Get out. Get next to somebody that look like you. You know what I'm saying? Love yourself. When you love a black woman, as a black man, you love yourself. I don't have to fetishize a black woman, but when I put her on a pedestal, I put myself on that pedestal. That's not a fetish. That's me loving myself through an extension of my Pan-African family. You know what I'm saying? That's the most ancient form of love, is black love. It's also one that needs to be safeguarded in today's environment, which is hostile towards black love. Today's environment is hostile. It's always been hostile towards black love, to be honest, not just today. Kuma, what's good, brother? I see you down there. Appreciate you. Everybody tap the screen when we get over 2K. I'm going to let people up. We're going to talk, have a little conversation. Feel free to come on up if you can. I don't know why every time I go live, this is like the one person that invites me to their live. I don't know why that happens. But yeah, I'm going to invite some people up now so we can have a discussion. Yes, sir. The fire is always burning. Appreciate you. I don't know. Don't come to me for validation. I'm not here to validate anyone's relationships. Tell them be with. We're just talking about interracial relationships. Don't take it so personal. That's my advice. What's going on, B? Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, my name's Brittany. I'm 24. I'm a white woman in America. And I'm she, her.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Brittany. You want to
Yeah,
answer the questions for us?
yeah, of course. Well, obviously I can't speak too in tune to this because I am not a black person, so I know the boundaries that go along with in this topic and in your space. So I do want to talk just from my experience with my boyfriend. I've been with my boyfriend for 5 years. And I honestly I can see where you're coming from in the sense of, knowing black love and having that. And I think that it's a beautiful thing. I've seen it with my boyfriend's parents, and I totally completely agree. But I will say that one for me, I don't think it's a fetishizing thing. I've dated all races, and I'm sure a lot of white people get up here and say that. I so happen to found my lover in college. I'm very thankful for the love that we have. It's very spiritual. On a level that we can take it to. We try to get more spiritual every day. And I think that helps us connect because we do. I know I know I'm a white person. I do every day. I try to become a better person. There's always a learning experience when you are a white woman in America. Every day is a learning experience to become a better person and to grow your mind and to be less ignorant to situations. I will say. But another one can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship and slash family, as long as the white person is willing to be empathetic and willing to be very open and learn. And it takes a lot. It's not easy. It's not easy being with a black man in America, and I fully know that. And if a white person, a white man, white woman, whatever it is not ready to take on these obstacles, then it isn't a very healthy, not at all. And I think even if there is a healthy relationship, there's still learning to do every day, in my opinion.
Hmm. Okay. The second question, I think you might have misunderstood. It wasn't saying that all interracial relationships are either a preference or a fetishization.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was kind of asking,
Like in general.
is yeah, like if someone says they have a preference for a certain race, is that a preference or is that a fetishization?
To me, it's more fetishizing, in my opinion. I mean, and this is obviously just my opinion, but being a white person, I'm around a lot of white women. And I hear a lot of white people talk. And I hear, I've completely excluded myself from a lot of people because of the situation of, how they would talk about black men. And it was really awkward. Like, especially when I do have a boyfriend who's a black male in America, and it made me very uncomfortable to listen to how like they talked about it. It was just it was really weird. So I can definitely agree. I definitely do think there's a fetishization with it as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
someone in
would
the comments said talking about wanting mixed children. Like to be with somebody to want mixed children is crazy. That's
mm,
and that's scary. It's scary. I feel sorry for the kids
mhm.
because those kids, and it's worse with white women parents. When you do have the inner relationship, it's usually is when you have the white mother. It's a hard childhood for the mixed race child. growing up in that home. And a lot of times they cannot find a sense of comfort, finding a, a group of people, or even just comfort in their own home.
Hmm.
So,
Okay. And then when you came to the third question, you said that it
oh, I never
depends.
answered the third question. I apologize. The can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse?
Hmm.
Um, I can't answer that because I'm not a black person. I can maybe just try to give my opinion maybe from my boyfriend's stance, but he's not here to, talk for himself.
Do you feel like
Um,
your boyfriend is pro-black?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I want him to be. Now, I know there's different opinions. Like if he was pro-black, he would date a black woman. I mean, that could be true. Again, like I'm not black, so I can't see it from that point of view. But I definitely empathize with it, and I can definitely for sure see where you're coming from. But I definitely think he is pro-black.
There's a thing called I think it's selective incompetence,
Okay.
where sometimes people say like, I just can't, I'm from a just, I just don't know. I'm just not capable of understanding. It's like a thing, but it takes a little bit of critical thinking. What you said was accurate. If he was pro-black, he would be with a black woman. It's that simple. We don't have to complicate it. Um, I would
Wait,
say,
said I don't think I'm an issue.
please,
I
please don't start reading the comments and replying to them while we're
okay, cool.
talking. Yeah.
Okay.
So, as I was saying, um, pro-black people tend to build within the black community. If they're not doing that, then they're not pro-black. They can be anti-racist, and that is great. We would actually prefer that, being anti-racist.
Gotcha.
Help dismantle racism in another community. But pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. And you can't build the black community with non-black bricks and stones.
Gotcha. I definitely see what you're saying, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then as far as black and white cultures fully coexisting, the answer to that one, a lot of people skip over black and white, and they think of, and that's really what the last question is just really testing there,
Mm-hmm.
is your perception of race. A lot of people who have internalized white supremacist, norms, um, have they see race and they think of it as some neutral term,
Mm-hmm.
just neutral categories where black people are equal to white people and they're just different because there's two different colors. They just look
Gotcha.
a little different.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, no,
There's
race
a
is a social
whole,
construct that was
yeah.
built for a reason. And the reason was to subjugate people, black people. So when it comes to black and white cultures, black culture was built to thrive despite that subjugation. A lot of things in black culture were built um, to survive whiteness.
Mhm.
For example, cornrows were used as maps to
Yep.
freedom. You know, so that's why black people get offended when thin-lipped people try to appropriate our culture,
I'm sorry.
because it's like you're appropriating a culture that wouldn't exist without your oppression.
No,
Like,
I agree. I'm
so
sorry
it's
for
like,
laughing. It was just when you said thin lips, it made me laugh. I know it's a serious topic. It just caught me off guard.
you know
But
what I'm
yes.
saying though?
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
And that's why I
that
like to do like that, and that's why I was like talking about like learning every day for me. And I don't, okay, there's a way that I want to say this. So I feel like I've picked up more on living in black culture because not appropriating. I don't do none of that. I'm not doing putting I'm not doing my hair. I'm not doing none of that. I fully respect, but being with a black man, I've learned to understand how important it is to embrace his culture. If that makes sense. Um
He
So
doesn't embrace his culture. So how are you?
by him dating a white woman, he doesn't embrace his culture.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I kind of, okay, so for me right now, maybe I can learn more about it. I don't know how to answer that because right now I kind of don't agree with you, but again,
It
maybe I
was
can learn more
never in
about
black
it.
culture to date colonizers or their descendants. It was never part of our culture. Black
But just
culture
because he does
is
one
being
thing to
in
you,
black love means being in love with black people.
but that's
Black
black
love
love,
is
not
part of,
culture.
yeah, black love is what black culture comes from. So
But that's just
I'm
one
confused.
thing in the culture part. Well, I'm confused because I'm learning from you right now. So please don't be confused because I want to learn from you. So,
Yeah, I know, but stop
like,
voicing your confusion and listen, because black culture is being with black people. It's what we eat. It's how we love. It's how we express our emotions. It's what we do. Um, it gets deep, but black love is black culture. If you ever watched, uh, I never saw Brown Sugar, but I heard that one's a good one. But there's plenty of movies. We know what happens when someone puts on geez, do people still put on like old 70s songs? Like when someone puts on Erica Badu or Jill
hmm
Scott, you know what I'm saying? Black love, black culture, it's a certain expression. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Light some candles, put out some roses, you know what I'm saying? Love Jones, exactly. That's black culture. Al Green, yeah. They got some good ideas in the comments. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's black love. That's black culture. We don't need those outside the culture trying to participate in a culture that would not exist without oppression from their community. I would say you can participate in an anti-racist version of your culture with him and have your own traditions, but I wouldn't call that black culture, because no part of black culture is going back to those that are the reason we're brought to this country, those that are still the reason today why we have oppression, and those
hmm
that still benefit from the privilege, going back to them and saying that, you know, they're who we want to be intentional about and prioritize is not part of our culture at all.
hmm
If he was participating in his culture, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing, because and I know that, and this is another thing that I think European descendants have a really hard time understanding, is that you can't judge Pan Africanism, negritude, or just any pro black movement through a Western moral lens. Because what's good for the colonizer is not always good for the colonized. And that's the thing about religion and how Christianity was used, was it told us that whatever our master thought was good and evil, we were supposed to think of as good and evil.
hmm
And so when we have these discussions, a lot of European descendants have this idea of good and evil, where I'm supposed to say, oh, yeah, our culture is meant to be shared. Come on in. Do the things that we did when we were trying to survive enslavement from your ancestors. Come
Yeah.
and participate with us. It's okay.
Yeah, that's
That's the way
BS.
colonizers have to think,
Yeah.
because they always would go to other places and
And do
force
that.
people to integrate. They would
Yeah.
force people to deal with them and be in their communities, and they would force interracial relationships. They would force trade and other things with Africa specifically. They forced trade. Um, so it's like, I understand why you have to think that you can go anywhere, do anything, and everyone's supposed to accept you. And like you said, you're working to be a better person. Whiteness is already implied that you're innocent, pure, without spot or wrinkle, These are the dictionary definitions in the
In
dictionaries
reality,
written.
it's not. Absolutely.
No,
You're right.
no, it's not. But it's not just that. It's that you've been told you're good your whole life. That
Mm-hmm.
when we talk about the black community, you need to understand that you were presumed guilty until proven innocent. And that's
Yeah,
the only
no,
time you ever
absolutely.
have to experience that as a white woman. I have to experience that every day in every
Mm-hmm.
part of my life. But
Mm-hmm.
when we talk about the black community, unfortunately, most likely you'll never be completely innocent because we're always going to look at you and be reminded of what went on with our people.
And
So
that's understanding. I always say you can like white people individually, but not as a whole. And I completely agree. I totally agree with what you're saying. Absolutely.
so that's it, you know. I would say that the brothers that date the frosted females are not the same brothers that date the sisters. Usually, the frosted females get the brothers that have a little bit of internalized, a little bit
He's never
something
dated a
else.
white woman before me. It's only been like
It
black
don't matter.
women.
It don't
I just
matter.
wanted to
The fact
reiterate
that
that.
he's there now, to us, is a red flag. Unless he gets out of it and comes back to the community. As for right now, what I'm trying to say is when a man is in a room and he's dying of thirst and there's nothing but vodka around him, he will never, if he's thirsty, needs something to quench his thirst. Vodka might look like water, but he's not going to pick it up and drink it because that's not going to help him. You understand?
I hear you.
So there are brothers out there that participate in our culture. There are brothers that are active in our community, and we only going to drink water. No matter who's around, no matter who's not around, we're going to drink water. You understand? So that being the case, you got somebody that's a vodka drinker. It's nothing wrong with that. But that's not the same type of guy that's looking for water.
We can agree to disagree on that one. Just on that one. But I respect what you're saying.
I
Like
don't
there's
expect you to
no
understand, to be honest.
no, that's cool. But I respect what you're saying, and like I'm learning from you, and I'm taking in everything you're saying, and I appreciate like all of the information that I'm getting. I love having these topics. I love talking in these spaces where I can learn because again, I do have a black boyfriend. I love learning. I want to make sure that I am a healthy partner as a white woman, so I
There's
can
no way
understand.
that that's possible.
It
But
is very possible.
he's
We have a very
there's no way.
beautiful relationship and it's very healthy.
Yeah,
So
you wouldn't
you
know.
can't come in on
You
that
wouldn't
part.
know. You wouldn't know.
See
There's no
that
way you
part
would
you
know.
can't.
Have you ever tried to convince a fish that water is wet? That's what this feels like for me. I don't enjoy it, to be honest.
I'm not
Convincing a
particular.
fish that water is wet after it's lived its whole life in water is almost impossible. You're surrounded by a society built on anti-blackness, and then when I call it out and I talk about it, you're going to tell me no, it's not there. I'm telling
Wait,
you, water
no,
is
wait,
wet.
no. That's not what I'm saying. Wait, no. I think you misinterpreted. I apologize. I think we misinterpreted each other. No, I completely understand what you're saying. I just think like within my relationship, it is healthy right now. But
I
I'm hearing
wouldn't
what you're
trust
saying.
your word for that or his for that matter.
Um,
I
okay,
wouldn't trust your word for that. You're
I
the
can hear
fish
you.
in water. I'm gonna be honest. It's water is wet, but you were born in water. You know nothing else.
Okay, I can hear you. I hear you. I appreciate the insight for real. There's no gullibility here. I definitely hear you.
I don't need you to hear me. I just need you to listen. Prince Coffee, what's good, brother?
Same thing.
What's going on, my brother?
I'm well.
It's been a hell of a day today. Now it's been a it's been one of those days. It's Friday, I guess. It's Friday, so
It's
yeah,
Friday. Happy
yeah.
Friday, everybody.
It's Friday. That's what my name mean. By the way, y'all, it mean Friday. Kofi mean Friday. I was born on a
Okay.
Friday. That's why I was named Kofi.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's, to get out that way. But yeah, I mean, I want to tackle some of these, these questions, you know. Can an interracial relationship be a problematic? Oh yes, most definitely. I mean, those for me personally, those the one I witnesses, especially those in my family. I'm speaking on, me personally. Yeah, they all been problematic. The ones I witnessed, and they didn't never last too. So that's usually the issue.
The ones that you witnessed that are problematic. Does the white person think they're problematic?
Usually, I think it come from that side because
It comes
knowing that.
from that side, but would they admit while they're in that relationship, hey, this is problematic?
No, no,
Or
no, no,
is
no, no,
it's usually the
never.
people around?
Right, right. They find other things to blame on an issue beside themselves. I just figure because they don't have a culture and they be trying to fit in everybody culture, and they forcing they be trying to force their way in. Instead of sit back and learn, and they be trying to do, that's usually cause the issues, usually the problem all the time, because they're still and trying to take control and trying to trying to tell you how to do things even in your own your own space. So we've seen that all the time. So usually
Mm-hmm.
it's always never never work in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is it
Go ahead,
preference
keep.
of
Mhm.
first? Oh yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, I'm saying go ahead, keep going.
Is it preference of fetishization? I think it's a fetishization more than a preference. To me, I mean, yeah, I think when it comes down to things like that, things I have witnessed. Again, I'm speaking of personal, experience and things that I witnesses. Especially all the men in my family that actually deal with any white tea, woman is more. I think is more fetish because at the end of the day, the thing is they still have women back home in our country. They just do it here in the state. Just to do it. Most of the time, I think they do it for status, trying to come up with certain things. Certain job or certain things, so they're trying to get there. So they need, these people to boost them to get there. So yeah, most of the time it's not about love or it's not about anything. Because at the end of the day, these people that I know that deal with these white people, they go home to Africa in our country, they got a whole family out there. So that's different.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different story. So I think that's why I'm saying it's feticized because that's my experience that I see.
Then,
Okay.
then, that is, then that would be problematic, then, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Give us a moment, Chris. I'm gonna let him finish the questions. I'll come to you.
Sure.
Can you be pro-black with non-pro-black spouse? Nah, no, that's a that's a fantasy. That's a fantasy. I think we fantasize about a lot of things that we want. I think we make in our mind or in our head that it can be possible or it can work, but in actual reality is just not. It's just not. It can't.
Mm-hmm.
So it's most of
Yeah.
the time there's just a fantasize. And the last question: can black and white culture fully coexist in a healthy relationship, family? Never. That's because that one party, the white, don't have a culture. I see
Mm-hmm.
if they have a culture, and maybe we can coexist, but they don't have a culture. Their culture is to take over. We're still seeing that today. They haven't left my continent until today. Since they've been in there, they
Hey,
haven't left
hey.
it yet.
He preaching now.
They haven't left it. No, they have. No, I'm serious. They haven't left our continent and since they've been there. And it's
Mm.
so how can they have a culture and still? Because some of us, some of the Africans, they never live. They still in their village doing the thing from generation to generation. So these people come and disrupt that. So they still haven't left us yet. They're still taking our
Mm.
minerals. Let's say y'all like chocolate so much. Without us, y'all won't be able to eat chocolate. Y'all drove. You drive cars and stuff. Without Africa, not maybe 90% of rubber tree is growing in Africa. So that's different thing. Y'all still haven't left us here. I can go
Mm-hmm.
on and go on and bring on so many things. The reason why they don't have a culture. Because they're still going around and explore other people. They're trying to conquer, colonize. They're trying to find. They're still looking around. They're still exploring. So yeah, don't have a culture. Because if you do, you won't have time to go explore other people. You know.
Right.
So yeah, that's that. I mean, this is a great topic, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm always enjoy brother and legend live. And today we was in the other room today, man. Oh my man, y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all should have witnessed that. Like, oh my goodness. But yeah, man,
Yeah,
it's been a good day. And I learned a lot from that other room, and I mean today too. You know, always
yeah,
learning from his room. I'm always paying attention. So yeah, if you haven't yet, tap on the screen. Make sure let's get this live to 100K. You know, make sure tap on the screen, send a gift, and let's enjoy. Let's have a good topic and then learn. Get your pen and paper ready and take some notes.
absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Appreciate
yeah.
you. Thank you, brother.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's another thing, man, is how do you know that your people is colonizing and still colonizers on the continent of Africa, right? You know what's going on with brothers and sisters here in America, South America, the UK. You know all the prison industrial complex. We talk about police brutality, medical racism. We talk about systemic disenfranchisement in the workplace. We even in government and politics, we talk about how we keep getting black congresswomen and mayors with unaliving threats sent to their office and all this other stuff. Like, you know what's going on, you know what your people's doing, and then you still say, it's not a problem. None of that is a problem. Let's just love each other, and none of that's a problem. Like, to me, it's like, yo, you know what's going on right now. Why don't you have the respect to just be like, yo, my people are doing so much to your people. I think it's cool for y'all to just need some alone time real quick. And look, someone said in the comment, bro, who cares? They don't give a damn. And that's crazy to me. It's like, who cares? Like, that's crazy. Like, you see all of this stuff I just mentioned is really going on today. And yet we're still trying to sit here and figure out how we're going to love people that are doing this to us. Instead of them trying to figure out how to stop doing shit to us, they'd rather figure out how to get in our pants. It's crazy. But,
It's crazy. Sorry, dude.
it is
It's
what it
crazy.
is.
It's crazy because you keep on using the word us and then dividing that same word um by race, by color. I mean, if
Give
we're
us your
us,
age, race, and pronouns, Chris.
but what I'm saying, if we're
Before you
us,
start talking, give us your age, race, and your pronouns, please.
age, I'm almost 40. Race, I'm English. And pronouns, did you say? I mean, I'm he.
All right? And now you can talk.
Okay. Yeah, so as I was saying, you keep on using the word, we,
All
us.
right, hold
I
on.
mean,
You're a white Englishman?
yeah, I'm
Okay,
white.
cool. So that's your race. All right, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, English. English is not a color.
English is not a race. There are black English people.
English is not a color.
I know. I'll try to
Yeah.
let you know that because race
Oh,
is
oh,
usually
thank
a
you.
color.
Sorry, I just looked at the color of my skin. I just realized I'm white. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, your color of your skin is not the only thing that determines someone's racial identity, but if you know you're a white man, just say that because
Well,
English ain't a race.
all right. No, that's fair enough. English people, aren't a race, but English people can be black or white or pink and purple or blue or green. I mean, that's the thing that kind of goes around in every single country right now is, as you just pointed out when you were saying us and we. I mean, we and us. I mean, what we defining that as, is that an animal? Is
We
that a
that
cat?
are oppressed and colonized by Europeans, and
Are
then
you
them
colonized?
that do the
Are you colonized?
colonizing and the oppression from Europe.
Are you colonized?
Yes.
Are you sat here on TikTok talking to me?
What?
Are you sat here talking to me?
What does that have to do with the fact that colonization in Europe is the reason that there's a battery in my phone right now and your
Yeah,
phone?
but what I'm saying to you is, if you're sat here talking to me and you're still talking about
The
colonization
fact
and
that
race,
I'm talking to you on a phone built with materials that were exploited through colonization is proof of what I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about?
okay, what I'm saying to you is, you seem to have a lot of issues with race and things like that. But what I'm saying to
Race
you
is
is,
not my issue. It's your issue.
I okay, well, if we're gonna go into my issue, is that let's get back to the point, shall we? Into the pointing right at the top into interracial relationships being problematic. Okay, so let me be blunt, and you're not going to like me for this, but if it was somebody like yourself with a white person, then yeah, that's going to be problematic because you've got a shit attitude. Like basically, your attitude.
Dude, who are you? Hold on. Who are you to come up here and talk to a black man like that, period, in the story? You don't even know this man, and you're trying to tell him about his attitude?
Are you done?
Do you understand? Do you
Hey, you
understand how
coming
you
on
sound
this
right now?
platform? How you gonna come on? You a guest?
Who are you, bro? Who in
I mean,
God's name? You don't no. N-O. You need to start over, and you need to be respectful.
Hey, you need to
Okay?
answer the questions. We don't want to hurt you. Whatever you got going, come answer the questions that we discussing. If you don't have anything to add to that, you can just answer the
Leave.
question.
okay,
If
so
you don't
first
want
of
to answer the questions, if you don't want, first of all, if you don't want to be respectful and you don't want to answer the questions, you don't need to be on this platform.
okay,
Do you
whose
understand?
page is it?
First of all, be respectful.
Is this brother Leg that I'm talking to right now? Because he's not moving his lips.
Nope, that's
Hey,
another black man just setting the facts straight about how you're wielding your privilege in this black space right now. I'm just letting you do it.
Okay, no, that's fine. I get that. And if you were the one to tell me that, then I would
He
absolutely
said
do
that's
that.
fine. I get
I'm
that.
telling you that. I'm telling you that, brother.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
not your
telling you that.
page.
It doesn't matter. I
Well,
got
then
his
maybe the
back.
guy,
I got his
sorry,
back.
the
I
guy
got his back.
who shut me up in the first
I
place
got his back.
has
I got his
the
back.
right to
You
tell
are
me that,
not going
not
to
some
talk
other
to him like that.
individual.
You're not going to talk to him like
His
that.
opinion matters more than yours, Chris.
No, your opinion doesn't like
No,
matter
your
more than
opinion
mine.
doesn't
Your
really
opinion
matter.
is just as
You're up here.
your
You're up here
opinion
putting
matters
on a
just as
show
much
for
as
us.
mine.
Your opinion doesn't matter. His opinion matters more. You
Right.
can't
So
tell a fish that water is wet. So we know you can't tell the difference between smoke, air, or water. So you're just all confused. But it's okay because America knows that water is wet, and we're just gonna watch you sit here and flop around in ignorance.
okay, so you don't want to know my opinion as a white person.
No, absolutely not. But you're welcome to share your opinion.
Well, I'm trying to do that, but every single time that I try to do that, I get interrupted. So how am I supposed to finish a sentence
I
if I
don't
can't get...
know. I don't know, man. You're
Well, then
oppressing yourself.
that is your
Why
problem
can't you
then, right
finish a
there,
sentence? Why can't you finish a sentence? I mean, it's
because
so
you're
easy.
speaking.
You're talking right now. What, like,
So are you.
Goodbye.
adios. Thank y'all for the fifth phone. Appreciate y'all. Hey, man. I was just trying to give him a taste of his own medicine at the end.
My pleasure.
Thank you, American. If you wanna go, brother, you can. But you come up here so much, you might as well just help me unpack some of this
Good.
mayonnaise.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I just don't, Oh, bro. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm good.
All right, hang in there. Let's go. We got 8 people ready to come up here. It's gonna be a fun Friday. Here we go. D lady, what's good, sister? Did you want to address us?
Quick, right quick before we get into that, make sure everybody is almost 400, man. Let's stop a scream, man. We gotta get to 50, 200. Come on, we're not tapping and screaming enough. We're not tapping and screaming enough, brothers, sisters. Let's get it. Let's have a good show.
Absolutely.
What's up, my
Thank
brother?
you.
How you doing?
I'm well, sister. I hope you're well as well. Hope you're doing
Thank
good.
you, my brother. I'm doing pretty good. I love when I catch your lives, and hello to the panel. Um, you know, I really try not to exude what our people have had to receive, but some of these envelopians pluck my nerves. But I'm going to start off by answering the questions. Can
Okay.
interracial relationships be problematic? Yes, they can. Um, I believe that you cannot be pro-black or even pro-white for that matter and date outside your race. But But when we say we're pro-black, it offends them. But when they say they're, for their white power, we're supposed to accept that. But our pro-blackness has never infringed upon their pro-whiteness. So let's get that together. Is it a preference or a fetish? I believe it's a fetish. I believe when white tea people, especially white tea women, want to date black men, it's always a fetish. It is never done. And when black men want to date white tea women, it's always a fetish. It's never done out of genuine love and care and compassion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because they always have to bring up why they don't, a black man always has to bring up why he doesn't want a black woman instead of just saying, this woman is who I love, regardless of her skin color.
Mm-hmm.
They always have to throw black women under the bus. So to me, it's
Right.
just a fetish, and they're trying to justify their fetish to appease that particular person that they're dealing with. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm not into it. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Absolutely not. You cannot. Because when you're married, you become one with that person. You
Mm-hmm.
know, whatever you and that person have, you have your individuality, but your mindset should be on the same path, and you cannot be on the same path and be pro-black, because everybody's going to represent their particular ethnic group where they originate from,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Can black and white cultures, I don't know, the panther pause is in the way.
Can
um
black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship or family?
no. And it just, but we the last 400 years has proven that black people didn't kidnap and hold hostage and enslave white folks. White folks did that to us. Now that they want to be a part of the culture, we're supposed to just say, okay, you can now be. They want us to share our culture.
Mm-hmm.
We wasn't able or had a decision to share their culture. We were forced into their culture.
Mm-hmm.
So when
Mm-hmm.
they start talking about sharing shit, it just cracks me up, because we didn't have a choice in sharing anything. We didn't get to share our culture. We didn't get a chance to decide whether we wanted to share our bodies, our freedom. We were just
Mm-hmm.
told this is what it's going to be, and if you don't like it, we can lynch you. So
Mm-hmm.
fuck out of here.
And
You know,
also, there's never been a sharing. There's never been a
absolutely
sharing.
not.
There's only
Never
been
been a
there's
share.
only been a taking. Because what if they shared with us?
Nothing. And they treat our culture as if they're going into Walmart. I've said this before. They treat our culture as if they're going into Walmart, picking shit off off the shelves. Oh, I think
Mm.
I'll wear this hairstyle. They don't, even in the Spanish culture and Asian culture and indigenous Indian culture, they don't respect certain things that come from those particular cultures. They just put it on, and if you got something to say about, oh, you're not sharing.
Mm.
They don't respect anything. And it's proven on how they've gone around the world and pillaged and colonized. They didn't come in with, hey, we would like to live over here. And maybe you can still live there. They come in with, this is ours. We own this. You're going to give this
Mm.
to us, even your bodies. So they had never shared cultures, or we could never get along. Right now, they're feeling the heat of what Black people and other indigenous people have had to deal with from them, and they don't like it. So now they're in their feelings about, oh, you guys are being racist. Oh, this is where all the racists are. Black people can be. I've dealt with racism from Black people. No, you haven't. Because I guarantee you, it hasn't kept them from getting a job, getting a house, living where they wanted to live. They just are able to move about. Black people we have freedom, but freedom only given to us by them. Whenever they want to ask us, are you supposed to be here? Are you supposed to be there? What are you doing here? They're letting us know that they still feel like they control everything. And in this raggedy ass country, they still do. And it just boggles the mind how they come in here with their uppity, entitled attitudes. And for black men that want to date white teen women, you knock yourself out. Keep that same energy when y'all have an argument and she call you the N-word and then call the police on your ass. Don't go
Mm.
looking to black folks for any compassion or any help. Don't come looking at us and like, oh, this is what's happening to me. No, keep that same energy. Keep that momentum. Let your snow bunny get you out of that pickle she put you in. I digress.
I heard you. Shout out to Sister D Lady. Whew.
And
Shout out
I'm
to the
done down, my
sisters.
brother. But God bless you and good talking to you and peace be with everybody.
All right, Sister Peace. Much
Peace.
love. Man, that I think that reset us back. That reset us. We got off to a snowy start. We getting back to it. Shout out to, I think it's Molly. Is it Molly? Are you the one bringing people up here? Because if you could do that, my sister, I would deeply appreciate it. If you could just bring people up for me, just choose, because it is hard to keep the conversation going and pick who's gonna come up next. Oh, you invited someone. Okay. Either way, y'all can bring people up. Just try not to you know, be too chaotic, but yeah, if y'all could intentionally just bring people up, that would be amazing, because then it lets me focus on what's going on. And because I'm also looking at a few things, fact checking, stuff like that. Um, Sister African, I appreciate you coming up, sister. I'm gonna come to you. I got another guest, and then I'm gonna come right to you. All right.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right. Thank you, sister. Abby, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I am white British. I'm 32 and I am female, she.
Okay.
Um, okay, so basically, I have two mixed race children, and I do think that interracial relationships can be problematic if you are a woman that knows nothing about your partner's culture, doesn't want to teach their children about their culture, doesn't want to look after their hair, doesn't want to learn about their skin, like how to look after their skin, their hair, whatever. Then yes, obviously there are white women out there who do have black children, and it does infuriate me when black men have children with women like that, because they're ignorant to the race of obviously their partner, the person who they've had their children with. But we're not all like that, so you can't put everybody in the same category. I've seen racism through my children, through my partner, and I can never obviously experience it myself, but I've experienced it through other people, and I know that racism is very alive. It's out there. There's a lot of people that they don't appreciate their white privileges and stuff like that. I get that, but for people to be in here saying that like black and white people should never be together and it's just a fetish, and I don't believe that that's true. Obviously, you can fall in love with a person for a person.
What's your definition of love?
My definition of love, I mean, that's I just fall in love with who I fall in love with. Obviously, if I meet someone who's got a connection,
Who taught you love?
I guess my parents.
Hmm.
I've seen
Who
it in the
taught them
home.
love?
I'm not sure. That's it's a
If
difficult.
if two tribes, or let's say Romeo and Juliet, there's the Capulets and what's the other? The Montagues, right? Let's say that they're in the middle of a battle and Romeo and Juliet fall in love. Do you think Romeo and Juliet should throw all caution to the wind, go with their emotions, their gut instincts, and be in a relationship?
If that's what two people want to do, then why should anyone else judge? The thing is, what are we supposed to do? Just hate each other forever, or can we learn to love each other and live together? We all live in this world together.
So I'm supposed to
Obviously, I
love people
appreciate.
that colonize my homeland, and
No,
like
no,
I'm trying to
so
figure out, like, what do you mean by that? Because you know there's things going on in our community because of this other community that you're
no,
saying,
I get what you're
that
saying, and there are still
your
people out here.
Eurocentric idea of love is what we should all be believing. But Romeo and Juliet that's a romance tale, right? What's the root word of romance?
Sorry,
What's the root word of romance?
I don't get what you mean. Sorry.
Rome. Roman. You know what
Okay.
Rome is?
Yes.
Where's Rome? What continent is Rome from?
What is this? Some kind of test?
No, I think what the problem is that because, like I said earlier, you can't really tell a fish that water is wet. You're born in a certain environment where you can't see things another way because you were born that way. Um, us, our black version of love and the Eurocentric version of romance and how they prioritize love and emotion over what's going on with their community is Eurocentric. That's Eurocentric. To impose that on black people is kind of wild. That's a Christian throw all caution to the wind. It's actually the work of a French sociologist by the name of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who came up with the term romance. He also came up with the term social contract, which is interesting. But romance and the way that it's presented in Disney movies, in Princess Diaries, and a host of other romantic comedies, the way it's been indoctrinated to people is Eurocentric.
No, I'm
The
So
definitely
nuclear
not. I'm
family,
definitely.
the
Oh, sorry.
nuclear.
Go on.
Hey, no, the nuclear family is Eurocentric. Because we had to take on your doctrine from the moment we were intercepted and stolen from Africa and brought here. And we had to, for the last 300 or 400 years, we have been beholding to your Eurocentric agendas of love, of family, economically, politically, socially, culturally, straight hair, lighter skin, all of the above. And what we're saying now is that we're tired and we don't want to do that anymore. And we're not going to. Okay. I mean, there's a lot to understand. I mean, look, the bottom line is that if you don't understand how anti-black this globe is right now, if you can't see that and really try to define it, that's the thing. That's the tough thing.
I said earlier that I appreciate there are a lot of racist people out here and also people that do not understand that we do have white privilege. I have seen that for myself.
Yeah,
And
but you guys are
like
so
I say, I have
fragile.
2 mixed race children that are very well looked after. There's people
We
in here
get
that
it. We
say,
get it.
we didn't ask
But
you
when you
what your
start,
children were.
no, I
yeah,
know, but
when you start, hold on, Abby, when you start tokenizing your children, and I know you love your children, but when you start tokenizing your children, like
that's
I
not what
have
I'm
2
doing.
black children, it's just, yes, you are.
You are, because if what you're saying is true, you don't have to qualify it with anything anecdotal. For example, if I'm going to say 2 + 2 = 4, why 2 + 2 = 4? Why the hell do I got to tell you what I ate for breakfast? If I say I had 2 eggs for breakfast and 2 pancakes, so I ate 4 things, why do I have to tell you that? All I got to do is tell you 2 +
This
2
whole
= 4. All I got to do is
discussion,
tell the truth.
because the whole discussion is about mixed race families and about
All right, so then talk
interracial
about mixed race
relationships.
families. Why are you
So
making
I'm
it
saying
personal to
because I'm
you?
saying I am personally
You
in
don't
a
have
mixed
to you
race.
don't have to qualify it with any of that. You could just tell the truth.
Okay. But if I was with a white husband and I had
Abby,
white children, then I wouldn't
I
have
wouldn't
experienced.
care because the truth is
Okay.
still the truth. And I would just let you know
You
when
are
you're wrong.
actually very rude. You just don't let anybody speak and you just only have your own opinion. So I'm just going to leave you to it, okay?
Not true.
Because no
Um,
one is allowed to obviously have an opinion on
That
anything. And
Now no
You
one's
know what,
allowed to
Abby?
have an opinion on anything because you're a little wrong.
Oh my God, dude.
She
Okay.
was out of there anyway. She can't have her way. That's why.
Yeah, that's all that was. All right. Everybody down there, please tap like, tap like. Don't tap like if you're on the panel. Everybody in the comments, I appreciate y'all tapping like, tapping like. Shout out to my moderators, man. Y'all are really helping
Oh
out
my
today.
God, she
Bringing
run
people
away.
up.
She run away, bro. Oh my God, we were setting her up, bro.
Uh,
We were setting her
all right,
up,
hold on,
bro.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Why the hell do y'all come up here and just start talking? That's crazy to me. I've been on so many lives. Never just went up and just said, "Oh, hey y'all, I'm here now." Like, stop it, man. What the hell is wrong with you? All right, so anyway, tap like, everybody. Let's get to 50K likes as fast as possible. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. The African superstar, what's good, sister? Talk to us.
What's up, man? Good evening. Thanks for having me. What's up, family? First of all, I got to say, before I even get started, the solidarity on this panel is off the chain.
Shout out to the
Shout out, yeah. Shout out to the black men. Listen, American Micro Podcast, he's not playing with y'all. So if you
at
in the
all.
comments and you want to act stupid, this brother right here is not playing with y'all. He is not playing today. I know what it's like. I actually love this space because you guys are so unapologetic, and too often we find these very apologetic, diplomatic, inclusive type of black folks, and it's like, no, you know what I'm saying? This is your TikTok. This is your subject matter. We don't really have to be, but I do applaud you. You try to be. You give people an opportunity to share their mind, but you still got to just operate within the parameters. And I don't know why
Right.
so many of the white tea people just can't understand it. Like, good and damn well that your skin is white. You didn't just discover that today, you
Yeah.
know? Anyway, all
Yeah.
right. So to the questions, can interracial relationships be problematic? They are problematic. It's definitive they are. And a lot of times the people involved in interracial relationships, they have complexes themselves. It's either, the um they're not really comfortable within their own ethnicity usually, be it white or be it black. It'll be the blacks that don't really gel with their people, or it'll be the whites that don't really gel with their people, and they come together and form this conglomerate. And it is very problematic because two healthy people that are comfortable in their skin, a lot of these cases, that is not who is in these relationships. You know what I mean? And then their children a lot of times grow up with a lot of issues because of those deficits. So no, you cannot,
Mm.
those relationships are very, very problematic. Is it a preference or a fetish? It's totally a fetish. Just like the other sister I was here pointed out, because when you happen to meet white tea ladies and they say, "Oh, I like black men," it's not like, "Oh, I like Legend because he's very intelligent. I love his smile. He's this, he's that." It's like, I like black men, so it's a one size fit all. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times they done sampled a whole lot of y'all. If you don't know, they done sampled a whole lot. You can use like Kim Kardashian as an example. She said in a very early interview when she was probably like 16 that she wanted mixed race children. So she just kept saying, yeah, there, I saw it. I saw the interview on YouTube. She said that was her whole premise in dating black men, was she wanted mixed race. Cause she's a culture
Mm.
vulture. You know what I'm saying? She wants to be a mixed race girl, all of that.
I
So
didn't know she
anyway,
had actually said it out her
oh,
mouth, but I
she
knew.
said it. She
Yeah,
said she
it's
said that
crazy.
she just thought they were, oh, they're so adorable and they just have like the best hair and oh my God. So basically she targeted, black men to give her the outcome she wanted, and she just sampled and sampled and sampled and sampled until she got one that was going to make her dream come true. So a lot of times it's just a fetish. And I think obviously is a certain type of black male that likes to date outside of his race. And again, like the other lady said, it's not, in some cases they might grow up in non-diverse environments. I've encountered those folks. You grow up going to all white schools or small communities, rural communities. So, in effect, that might be your circle. And you may not be very familiar with other black people, but these guys that go out of their way, they say they don't date black women. They only like white or mixed race or Latina, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fetish. Because in many ways, women across the board are the same. Women want the same type of things. They want to be taken care of. They want to be, wined and dined. They want, whatever. So across the board. Anyway, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? No, you can't. It's an oxymoron. I know people that are in those situations, they want to have one foot in, one foot out, but you can't. The foundation of community is family. So it's the largest example of how you view your people. If you don't view your people adequate enough to partner with them and build a family, then you cannot be for the black community. It's an oxymoron, guys. It's just straightforward, very obvious to see. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship and family? No. Something's going to take a back seat. And usually it's going to be the black person, because if he's getting into their family or she's getting into their family, then they're very consuming, and we can see that in every context that we encounter them, and historically as well. You cannot peacefully coexist with them. They seek to dominate and they seek to segregate. And so it's never been successful, in all of these centuries. And there's not even the infrastructure to make it even more equal or diplomatic being developed. So it's safe to say that, these things are not going to come from the wind. If they wanted to make it right, but you can just see from the microcosm of our guests that come on the panel that they're not even ready to have these discussions. They're not even ready to acknowledge what goes on, and they're not dumb. They're not dumb at all, because they know exactly how they benefit. They know how they capitalize. They know white privilege. You know what I mean? They know the difference. If they go talk back to a police officer in America, they know that the likelihood of them getting gunned down is not the same as a black person. They know these things, and so, in my opinion, no, they cannot peacefully coexist at all.
All right.
So that's what I'm bringing to the table today.
Thank you for that. Appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Man, the sisters be giving us back the life that we lose in the snow sometimes on this live, So thank you for that. I really don't have much else to say after that. I mean, you really kind of touched on everything. And yeah, I guess I'll just go to the next guest. Feel free to stay up. Everybody, please tap like down there. Please tap like. Our goal right now is 75K likes. We got 371 people in here. Fill up the bar, protect the live. Tap like, send some gifts. Let the algorithm know that you're getting some value from this live, especially if you're melanated. Because then it lets your friends know to come on in here. We want brothers and sisters to feel free to join us and get some value from this live. If you're not melanated, it's okay. This is a good place to get an inside look at what anti-racism looks like. We're talking about interracial relationships. Feel free to send gifts, tap like. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. I'll go to the next person. What's his name? Okay. Sentient beings. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah. Prayer is free. Prayer is free. Yeah, straight. Yeah, just a normal human being, man.
We're talking about race, because we're talking about this select nuance of a social conversation. We're talking about, race. What is your race?
My
We
race
understand.
is fully African.
40 African.
Yeah. Born and raised in Africa.
All right. Your phone sounds really bad. It sounds like you're in the 40s. Sounds like you're in 1939.
Yeah, I got that bad iPhone, bro. I don't have the 5G. I don't have the 5G, bro.
Okay. And all right, go ahead, talk to us.
Yeah. So I was listening. I was listening. This is the thing. When we have these topics, sometimes we have these people that say one thing but they mean another thing, and they do these like mental gymnastic word salad sort of like trickery. And even the lady that was just here before, the one that just went away, she was doing this evasive thing, this covert thing. It's like a when they say one thing, but really and truly they want to say another thing. When they say one thing, they really mean another thing. And we know that. And the crazy part is I was watching you and I was like, this guy's a genius because you are so like you have the temperament to actually watch somebody and just chill like because you know you're gonna cut because before you even spoke, I said this lady's about to cry, bro, and she ran away. She
Yeah.
ran away. She ran away. I just knew that she was about to run away, bro. I just knew that something was not adding up. This is the thing that we have. We have people that come on this platform and they have this. I don't know what's the. Who is that? Who is that?
The person at the top, I think his mic is off now. When you to the mods, when you bring someone up, you might have to follow up with a mute. I'm not sure if y'all can do that. Let me know if you can. Well, go ahead, Sentient.
Yeah, like I was saying, we have these people that come.
I'm here.
Plans and benefits can change each and every year.
What the
That's
hell?
why it's important to
What is
call
going
to
on?
get your free.
Boston, could you mute your mic? Please stay muted, Boston. We're gonna have to kick you. Continue, Sentient Being.
Yeah. So that, look, I was saying, we have these people that come here and they say, I am like this. I am this pretty sunflower, snow bunny, and all of this stuff that's going on. But really and truly, what they're really telling you is, I want to tell you what you should do, where you should stand, where you should be, like in the hierarchy. That was going on. Like with this other lady that just came on, she was really trying to say that, but at the same time, she was not really saying it. But
Yeah.
when she speak, she's very like they have this evasive tone. They're very evasive when they speak.
Yeah,
Like they
very
tell you
invasive.
like, yeah, that's how they are. That's how they are. They hide all this. They think you are dumb. They think we are all stupid, bro. They think we're idiots. So when I was watching you, you were just chill, bro. I was like, this guy is a genius, bro. I was like, this guy is a fool, bro. You're like your genius level is to a full level, bro. Like a
Yeah.
full level, like it's ridiculous. Like you would just lay back and was like, you know what? You talk. I want to hear what you're gonna say. And when she spoke, I was like, this lady is gonna cry today, bro. Gonna cry today on this live today, and she ran away because I, for a fact, I knew she was gonna cry, bro. But the thing is, yeah, you have made a platform where you can decipher these things. You can tell, like, this person is just chatting shit. This person is making stuff up. You can tell
Yeah.
that. And
We
the
do
thing
got
is,
to get back to the topic, brother Sentient. I appreciate your breakdown. I felt like she was going to cry as well, and I've definitely done way too much reading, listened to way too many lectures by our scholars, to let anybody with razor thin lips tell me what's what on my own platform. But I am open to letting them talk it through themselves. But the reason for this platform is not to convince any of them, but rather to show our brothers and sisters that are watching the type of rhetoric that they'll be confronted with as they continue to re-Africanize their practices, their thoughts, their actions, their spirituality, you're going to start to see the same type of tropes and narratives come up on my live, and now you know how to confront them in your everyday life, because I'm going to confront them here for y'all. I hope that they gain value through it that way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I just want to say that's what I came up for, and I want to say big up to yourself, and don't change your stance, bro. Like what you did is this shit is just genius, bro. I'm just saying this right here, this is what we call an assassin, bro. Like you watch somebody, this shit is cold, bro. It's cold as hell, bro. You was just chilling like, yeah. I'll let you speak. I want to hear what you gonna say, bro. Like. Don't change what you're doing, bro. Like keep that up, bro. Like big up yourself, bro. Yeah,
Big up yourself as well, brother. One
yeah,
love. Thank you.
and from Africa, we want to say give thanks, man. Give thanks to the Black Americans. Yeah, big up yourself, man.
Absolutely, Ashe. Appreciate you.
All right, yeah.
And I'll go to the next guest. Everybody, don't forget to tap like. We're trying to get to 75K likes. The more you tap like, the more people will come up and join us. Keep tapping like, tapping like. I'm gonna keep it rolling. The next person, Coban. Could you give us your age, race?
Yeah, Siobhan, actually, yeah.
Siobhan, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I am 26, African American, she, her.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead, talk to us.
All right, so my standpoint on this topic, I am African American. I'm currently dating a white woman, so I am gay. So I have like a particular outlook on this compared to a lot of people on here. So when I say that love is love and like everyone should be allowed to love who they want, that for me kind of runs a little bit deeper because it goes on a few different factors for me. So for me, yes, I believe that everyone should have the opportunity to fall in love with a man, a woman, or whomever it might be, but also whatever race. I personally, in my life, have dated a Black person, Afro-Latina, and white. So for me, it's not the specific race or ethnic background, but it was the person themselves. So as far as the questions on here, can interracial relationships be problematic? Yes, they can. Definitely, because if you're not raised in that culture, you can never truly understand it as the people who have been raised in there. They can only empathize so much, but if you don't live it, then it's really hard to, say, yeah, like I understand and all that. To a certain degree you do, but not fully. Is it a preference or a fetishization? If it's a preference or fetishization, I believe both are wrong. If you say, oh, I prefer white people, I prefer Black people, I prefer, Hispanics, then you're already out the gate saying, you know what, I only want to go for this particular race. To me, that's wrong. I feel like you shouldn't limit yourself to just one thing. I really do believe it's the person. So either one of those I would not agree with. Can you be pro-Black with a non-Black spouse? I do believe so. I believe I am pro-Black. I feel like I've done a lot within my community to uplift us. From about high school going on up, I really have given back to my specific community. And then I do happen to date someone who is not Black. Do I still consider myself pro-Black? Absolutely. Can Black and white cultures fully coexist in healthy relationships / family? Yes. Again, I'm going from just my, from what I've perceived, what I've seen. My family does have mixed interracial couples within them, and they have offspring, and they've been married for decades at this point. And
those are people we asked about cultures.
Can Black and white cultures fully coexist? Yeah, they have the potential to be. Yeah. Some do, some don't. Yeah.
Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. You know that song?
I do, but I'm also
red and yellow, black and white. They are perfect in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. You know that song?
I do, but also I'm not a Christian. I'm omnistic /
Well,
agnostic.
the version of love that you just gave us is the same love that Jesus gave. So I'm just bringing that up. Some of us aren't Christian, but we're still indoctrinated. Some of us still got it. Some of us still got it. Because society has it ingrained by default that the definition of love in the Bible is the default definition of love, and that's part of the problem that I was saying earlier, is that we practice a Eurocentric version of love when we say love is love. Some of us don't know what Ubuntu is. Some of us don't understand the love that we had on the continent before colonization is not the love that we've been indoctrinated with since Christianity was forced down our ancestors' throats. And so, in a pro-black sense, love is not something that you fall into. It's intentional. It's not. You don't fall in love.
It takes work, yeah.
You
It doesn't just happen for sure.
No, not work. Not
It
work
does.
to keep it.
Oh,
No, no.
1,000% it
Yeah, but you're somewhere else with that. I'm talking about love is intentional. It's an action, but it is intentional. See, someone said
does.
love is a choice in the comments. You understand?
I
And
don't believe
the Eurocentric version of love tells you that whatever you feel, screw whatever else is going on geopolitically, socioeconomically, politically within your identified group. If you have a feeling for someone, just throw all of that away. And that's something that colonizers did. And that's what led to them graping a lot of our ancestors and on plantations, for example. Maybe Thomas Jefferson did love his enslaved wife or concubine, however you want to call her. So that's one thing that they used, and it actually wasn't even a term that was used the way it's used today until the late 18th century. So that's another thing. The idea of love that we have today is new, and it is post colonization and the institution of slavery. So when we say love is love, like it's some universal concept, understand that love varies. What the definition is varies depending on what time frame and from what perspective you're talking about, what culture.
Correct.
So another thing, when you say you could be pro-black with a non-black spouse, that's problematic, to be honest. What is your definition of pro-black?
Pro-black is when someone not only has a feeling but acts upon uplifting their own community. And
so if Bill Gates donated to Black Lives Matter $1 billion, would he be pro-black?
I said within your own, I guess, race. So no, he's not.
So what do you mean within your own? So you mean
so
it has to be a black person? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah, can you be pro-black? So can Bill Gates, if he's just throwing money at it? No, I don't think that's. It takes a lot.
He's throwing money in action.
I think it's multiple levels. It's
love.
Not just. I think it's multiple levels. There's a lot of different factors to say. Like, if I just say, hey, I donated one time to a black organization, so now I'm pro-black. No, that's not. To me, I think it just takes a lot more work. I don't have a defined line or, definition for it, but I think it takes a lot more than,
Where did you get your definition from?
I guess I don't really have a definition. I feel like I have more of just like a, show me what you've done. Give me some proof, some evidence, and if I feel like it's, justified that you've done a lot within your community, then yeah, you're pro-black.
If you have
know what, really quick, I was just gonna say, Siobhan.
Hold on, no.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
that's
ahead.
American. My bad, brother. Go ahead.
No.
You can talk.
I was just gonna say, at some point, and this is what. Okay, as black people, we need to stray away from getting all up in our feelings, because you use the word "feel" a lot in the things that you say. you need to really try and understand who you are as a black woman. And I'm not trying to tell you what to do or how to think or how to recognize your spiritual awareness or, you know, what's deep in your soul, but you're black, okay? And literally right now, like at this very moment, that should come before anything else.
And it does.
It's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy when you think about it that way,
Something her
right?
defense, because there's not one point that I heard her say anything that was less black than anything. So for you to come now
Hold
and say,
on. Is that Freya?
yeah, Freya, hi.
No, you can't talk if you didn't introduce yourself. Hold on a
I'm
moment. We'll
Freya,
get to you.
34. Oh,
No,
shit.
no, not time yet. Introduce yourself later. All right. We go one at a
Siobhan,
time.
so
American is my
that's all.
is my co-host. That's why he can talk. Go ahead.
So that's all we're saying. You know, we're not. Yeah, we are. We did. Look, if you're black in this country, you realize that you are. Like, understand that. That's it's.
So you're telling
It's
me I'm not, but I'm telling you I am. Like, I
no, no,
know.
no, 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 no. Listen to me. I'm a lot older than you. Like, a lot older than you.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been through things. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've been through things, seen things, grew up at the I grew up in the 60s. I
Right.
used those separate but equal bathrooms. I drank from those separate but equal water fountains.
Understood.
Okay, that's me, American Micro, like right below Freya. Okay, I'm 64.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm that guy. Okay?
What do
You
you
know?
mean?
Like well, I've been places and done things that you'll never go to these, you will never see what I've seen.
Right, but like,
And
okay, I mean, I
hold
understand
on,
that.
let me finish. Let me finish. Just let me finish.
Okay.
Become aware of your blackness. You're young, and I get it. You're into your community, and there are a lot of things that are going on in your life, but you live, and I'm sure you're aware of this. You live in an anti-black country on an anti-black planet, okay? And at some point, you're going to have a serious, like, oh, Jesus, dear Jesus moment. You will. I did. I thought I was just like, growing up, these people, blah, blah, but one day I grew up and I was just like, Jesus Christ, man.
Wait, how do you
Like,
know I
this is
haven't been through that personally? Like, and I get your
Because
background, and I'll never compare it to that. But how do you know I haven't had that moment? Because
hold on,
I personally
American.
feel like I
Let me
have.
Go
talk to
ahead.
him. All right. So when you say I feel,
Okay, I
there's a
have.
doctor. There's a doctor named Julia Hare who says deep within inside all of us, there's a little white T-man. And what she means by that is we've been indoctrinated, like Brother Micro just said, in a white country. An anti-black country, on an anti-black globe. We cannot go by our feelings. That's why I asked you what your definition of pro-black was, because I wanted to know if you had studied what it is, or if you feel you know what it is just because you're black. There's a difference between being black and happy and being pro-black. And it goes back to intentionality. Someone said it in the comments. Being pro-black is being intentional, prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community.
And you know what? I have and I'll take back, even if you take what I've said and take out the word feel, all that still applies. I have done these things. I
You're
have
trying to defend yourself now.
Yeah, because
I'm not
I'm answering.
I'm not attacking you. I'm not
Okay, but I'm
attacking you.
answering what I'm now counteracting to what you say. Take out when I said feel. I have done things within my community. I have given back to my community.
That's not pro-black. None of that's pro-black.
Okay, so what's your specific definition of pro-black?
I will say it again, but you gotta listen not to respond. You gotta listen to learn. Here it goes. This is from Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity speech. If you want to read that, he lays it out exactly what we have to do step by step to be pro-black. If you want to look up Amos Wilson's, Dr. Amos Wilson, Blueprint for Black Power, the Blueprint for Black Power. You can look that up as well. And anything by Marcus Garvey is going to tell you what pro-black means. So basically, it can be summed up into a sentence as prioritizing one's actions and values. Prioritizing, intentionality, what you focus on. Number one, one's actions and values, what you do and what you believe, with what's in the best interest, not self-interest. Who you love based on a Eurocentric idea of love that was invented in the late 18th century by Jean-Jacques Rousseau is for your self-interest. And that's okay. Some of us haven't done the decolonization work enough within ourselves to even get to the point where we're questioning the meaning of love that was given to us by people that didn't look like us. Because we got to face it, our customs and culture, our way of life was stolen from us. And the only example we've been given is those that subjugated us in the first place. And we look to them, their books, and their definitions for the answer. That's part of a problem. But anyway, prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building, or you could say empowering, but building within the Black community.
So how did that go against what I did within my community? Because that wasn't self-interest. What I did wasn't self-interest. That was for my community. So how does that negate?
You said that you had a frosted female as a partner, correct?
I'm talking about what I did within my community. I'm talking about that.
Well, I think you're skipping over the first part of what I said, prioritizing.
That's what I've been doing for the past.
So if the Black community was your priority above self-interest, why would you be with someone that looks like your oppressor?
I love her for who she is.
Love from a Eurocentric standpoint. Romance. Roman, Europe. Romance. This is what I'm talking about. It's okay if you haven't done the work. I would encourage you to look it up. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, late 18th century, the Romantic period. Look it up. It was invented. That word love that you're using now was not always the definition of love. If you want to look up African love, look up Ubuntu. U-N-B-U-N-T-U. Ubuntu. It means I am who I am because of who we all are. There's a communal aspect to love in Africa. Meaning the best interest of the community is in the definition of love throughout numerous 99.9% of African tribes.
I
know it's a lot. It's a lot. It was a lot for me too. It was a lot for me too. Listen, I don't blame you.
What for me specifically, like I have dated within different cultures. So I specifically do not discriminate.
There's Black people in those cultures as well. So the
yes.
culture is different. But you have to understand that white culture is a culture of colonization and subjugation because whiteness was created to do one thing. Before that, they had Irish culture, which included Black people. There was Spanish culture, which included Black people. All different races of people could take part in all of these different cultures. There was British culture where the first Britons were Black. The first university built in Spain was by Black people, it was African. So we can talk about all these different things, but that's not race. When they created whiteness, they created a culture of subjugating your ancestors to enslavement and colonization. That's when they came together, formed the Roman Catholic Church. They decided to make Europe, which isn't a continent, they decided to make it its own continent so they could make up a false continental identity and say that they're European. And they came together and created white culture. Black culture has been oppressed by white culture and survives despite that oppression. We don't eat, we ate the scraps of what was thrown away. And that's where we get a lot of our culinary tastes from. We made our hair into maps to freedom because of what was done to us. And so a lot of our culture is built on surviving oppression from these people. So white culture is taking music, putting Colonel Sanders on the chicken box and acting like that's American food. Macaroni and cheese is ours as well. Blues and country music. These are black forms of music. You understand? That's white culture is literally just stealing people's food, religion, culture, stealing people from their land and stealing land. That's what they do.
So is it only the white
So
culture
black and white culture won't coexist until race, black and white, no longer exists. And I think we need a few thousand years before that happens.
But how can that happen? How can we eliminate that? What has to be done?
Believe it or not, it's not that old. It's only about 500 years old.
Right, but how do we eliminate it?
You say but we know in the pro-black conscious community that it's not our job to eliminate it.
That's not what I asked.
You said, how do we eliminate it?
As
are you talking about
race,
black people?
You're saying black.
Oh, as a human race,
right?
We don't eliminate that. They've got to eliminate that. That's their problem. Racism is a white problem that affects black people.
Siobhan.
Hold on, I have another question. So
well, hold on, just let me. I'm going to answer your question.
So, hold on, I'm talking.
Give me one moment.
If I was to
give me one moment.
He's an elder.
I'm just trying to have a back and forth with you. Like, we can have questions come in, like, when we're done with the back and forth. But like, if it's okay for me to ask my next question,
let her ask. I think she's learning.
Go ahead.
So, would it be? Are you for or against? Like, if I was to date someone who is Latina, for example, is that still something that you?
Are they Afro-Latino or a Black Latina person? Because Latina, once again, is a culture. It's a geological ethnic group, meaning that to be a Latinx, Latino, or Latin person, it just means that you're from South America. So it means you're brought up from a culture from South America. Hispanic means that you were colonized by Spain, pretty much, and you're from a Spanish-speaking country. Those two are not mutually exclusive with race. It's not the same thing. But if they're a Black Latin person, then yeah, that's cool.
You okay with that? Okay, just wondering.
It's not about me being okay with it. That would be pro-Black, because that's the thing. I'm okay with not everyone being pro-Black. I wish everybody was pro-Black. Then we wouldn't need to call each other pro-Black. Everybody Black would just be pro-Black. But a lot of us, because the indoctrination has been too heavy, a lot of us haven't done enough work. So a lot of us don't even know what it is. I feel like the scholars that I've researched, studied, and learned from, they have an ocean of knowledge. I feel like I just have a bucket. But every day I run into people that have a teaspoon at best. So we don't know what the hell is going on, and I see it all the time.
And another thing, so, and I can't speak for everybody everywhere, so that's why I bring up specifically, these are my viewpoints based on what I've experienced from my past relationships. The Black male that I dated has never, he consistently put me down. And when I was dating the female, the Afro-Latina, the most degrading comments came from my own people, not male and female, specifically Black men. So if we're here to be pro-Black and to build our own people up, I think what we need is to stop putting our own.
No. I gotta stop you there.
What's up?
I'm afraid you're gonna go down a dark tunnel if you're gonna start sitting there with a thin-lipped significant other and tell Black people what we need to do, and start holding us accountable for anti-Blackness. No. Don't do that. Don't turn on us to defend your other. Sure. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I love where the conversation was going before that. Do not turn this into we got to hold Black people accountable when you are not building with us. If you feel that way, fine. But I will say this. The same way you have anti-Blackness, a lot of other brothers have anti-Blackness as well.
Wait, so you're saying I'm not building?
And if I have to have patience with you, Sometimes you need to have patience with your own people because it's not their fault that they were raised in this anti-black country in an anti-black world. But another thing is that what you're saying, damn, I wanted to say something else. I can't go because they started throwing Panther paws. That shit threw me off this time. But I forgot what else you were saying about this brother. You said, oh yeah. So you're saying that black people gave you a hard time.
Yeah.
I want you to take into consideration, have the critical thinking necessary to understand that there is a reason black people have these responses to non-black people. There is a reason we have these responses.
She wasn't non-black. She was Afro-Latina.
Okay, so that sounds like it's just misogyny. Is that what you're talking about?
I can't tell you.
That's misogyny. I mean, if you're saying a black man was speaking disparagingly about a sister,
about gays in general, not just
homophobia,
correct?
Absolutely. And so that is anti-blackness. Why would he be? Why would and not to justify any of that? Homophobia is part of the same patriarchal power that is wielded against cis hetero straight black men, but yet they do the least to dismantle it sometimes, and that is a problem. I'm a fan of, well, I'm a student, I would say, of Audre Lorde and different other scholars that have spoke on this. Bell Hooks said, we cannot speak about the plight of black men without speaking on their need or responsibility to dismantle patriarchy. Patriarchy affects everyone within the black community, but black men sometimes have a lot of work to do unpacking that. And at the same time, you cannot judge water by Kool-Aid. What I mean by that is you cannot judge pro-blackness by anti-black people, because pro-blackness means removing that anti-blackness. So if someone showed you anti-blackness, you cannot say, well, I'm not going to be pro-black because there's anti-black people. We need you to be pro-black because there's anti-black people. So that's how that works. You can't say the solution is too hard, so I'm not going to solve the problem. Like, no, we need you to solve the problem because the solution is hard. So
okay, and I think, and I'm kind of just like talking right now, but I think my point with that one is, you say, hey, these people have oppressed us, so why would we, be in the same bed as them for, I can't tell you how long.
You said oppressed like it was past tense.
Okay, are still oppressing us.
That's the problem. If it was over, we'd have a different conversation, to be honest.
Okay, so if that's the case, right? So if that's a group of people that have oppressed us, so we should not, lay with them.
Are you talking about black men?
I'm sorry, I just kind of lost my.
Who oppressed you? What do you mean?
I'm talking about white people. White people.
Okay.
White people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then we shouldn't be in the same bed with them. If I followed that same logic.
I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying if you do it, you're not pro-black.
So, okay. Do you think pro-black is wrong? Not being pro-black is wrong?
What? Where did you get wrong and right from what? I just said if you're doing that, you're not being pro-black.
So
it's self-preservation.
For real.
It's self-preservation. I mean, I just kind of got to interject here, but
it doesn't
really make sense.
Pronouns, please.
Oh, it's me. It's African Superstar.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, sister. My bad.
Yeah, I just had to jump in there. What not being pro-black is basically not preserving your people. You have to, or you should care at least about the preservation of your own people. If you can't, reproduce that for the future, then that ultimately leads to extinction. And we can just parallel this with what happens in nature. And so that's why at the very least, you should be interested in your own people and the well-being of your own people. Not to mention how we're all interconnected. So you see, like those people you had negative experiences with, the Afro Latina and the black male. You know, God only knows their story. I'm not justifying it wasn't right how they treated you, but you know, we're all interconnected. So one unhealthy black person affects many other people. And it's maybe safe to say that had you not had those negative experiences, you wouldn't be swirling right now. You know what I'm saying? You may have been content with who you were dealing with if they hadn't mistreated you. And that is why a lot of people do go outside the race too, because of the experiences that they have, you know, will push them outside. But at the end of the day, we have to learn how to treat each other better to kind of prevent that phenomenon as well. So I just wanted to piggyback, jump in there. Okay, I'm going back
White
off.
people mistreat white people all the time, and they'll still turn around and call you the N word.
Well, let me put it like this.
They'll still date within. Well, they'll still date right within their
Oh, they'll
community.
absolutely date within their
We
people.
the only
Every
ones
other
that
ethnicity will.
we the only ones. We have a multi-generational trauma brought on by our 400 years of oppression, and part of that trauma, outlined by Dr. Joy DeGruy, is an aversion to identifying with one's own group. So we're quick to throw each other away based on a little bit of mistreatment. But the yeehaws and the yahoos, you know, the yeehaws that vote red and the yahoos that vote blue, both will live in the same community right next door to each other and call the police on your black ass.
Okay, so
Ultimate facts.
back
Mm-hmm.
to what I was trying to get at was, you know, okay, so the oppressed, right? So you shouldn't be with them, or you know, it won't be pro-black. And I guess with that, what I'm trying to correlate that to is, you know, men specifically have oppressed gays. So does that mean that I shouldn't date men?
White men. You talking about patriarchy?
Yeah.
All right. So patriarchy is another European construct. If you understand African history a little bit better, you understand that we had more gender fluidity, but like I said, there was also a different form of love at play. But we've touched on a lot, to be honest. I gotta go to the next guest. It's been real. No one within the black community oppresses anyone else within the black community. I would direct you to a feminist sister, or actually a womanist, Audre Lorde. Look up Audre Lorde. There is no hierarchy of oppression. Look up, it's a poem, beautiful poem written by Audre Lorde, one of the early feminists during the civil rights movement. Womanist. I'm sorry, womanist. I keep saying feminist. I don't know, and I know better. I know much better. But look up Audre Lorde. There is no hierarchy of oppression. No one in our group benefits from the oppression of another person in our group. Because we don't benefit, we can only co-opt our own subjugation against someone else in our group. But we don't benefit. Black men don't benefit from patriarchy. We only oppress ourselves with the same oppression we have been subjugated to. And it looks like oppression, but it isn't, because we don't control the means to hire, fire, or control the means of production in any industry. There's no black patriarchal institution. There's no currency run by a black man. There's no I would even say there's no hospital fully owned by a black man in America. And there's no any sort of oppression that black people go through. It all comes at the hands of one man, and his trick is to put some of us in charge of our immediate environments to trick you into thinking that black men are the problem. But we'll talk about that another time.
Right. Yeah.
Audre Lorde, there is no hierarchy of oppression. Look that up yourself.
And to the people in the comments, I'm Caribbean. They keep asking what I am. I am Caribbean.
All right, no, it's okay. You don't gotta answer the comments. I gotta go to the next person. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate you. Freya, could you give us? Oh wait, hold on. Before I go to the next guest, everybody tap like. We almost at 100K. My wife done brought me food, man. This boba tea is hitting. This bubble tea is fire, man. My wife be hooking me up on these lives, yo. Like, I don't know what the hell this is. Shout out to Bay, man. Shout out to Bay, man. I don't know what this is. But anyway, I have no clue what the hell this is. It's pink, y'all. I don't know what.
Shout out to Black Love in the building.
Exactly.
Shout
Shout
out
out to
to
Black Love,
Black
man.
Love in the building.
Shout out to all the sisters married to brothers. Shout out to brothers that's intentional married to the sisters. You feel me? Shout out to everybody in love with a black person right now, man, that's watching the live. This live is for y'all. Keep tapping like. Let's get up to 100K likes so we can let the algorithm know we're getting value from the live. Send gifts. American Michael Podcast, and the African Superstar, my co-host, and I'm gonna keep it rolling. Freya, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I'm 34. She, her, she. But I feel like, so listen
Your
to
race.
everything. Oh, I'm black.
All right.
Jamaican
Continue.
and free. But I feel like, you know, when it comes to like pro-black, I also feel like it's a borderline between being also racist yourself. So personally, I feel like you can be pro-black, and also you can be in a relationship with someone who's not the same culture as you or not black as well. For the simple fact of not everyone is of race like that. Like I get like we've been through things over years and stuff, but we have to make a change. There has to be a start point where we then make a change where, okay, cool, this is where we're going to start from now. Because again, I feel like if we was where our ancestors were in a position that we are now, certain things wouldn't have gone down how it went down, say, back in the day. So I'm one person that's definitely got a lot of like biracial cousins or mixed race cousins. I don't know how you like to call it, but I definitely have a lot of mixed race cousins. But pro-black, I don't know. I'm not. I can honestly say I'm not. However, I'm definitely with my black community, but I'm not pro-black per se to say everything I do is for black people and everything I do is for this and every decision I make is because of this. Because
Yeah, I
that's
can
not the way
tell.
we're living. You can tell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, appreciate it. I'm glad you can. But it's like, for me, I feel like we need to make a change somewhere because we can't stick with the same, like, we've been through hell. And yeah, maybe I'm westernized or whatever, but I just don't see it like that. So we have to make a change from here
What are
to
the
here.
things that white racism has done?
White racism.
Yeah, what has it been used for?
Everything, to be fair. When it comes to
Everything.
jobs and in certain
Mm-hmm.
situations, if you don't act according, then just because the color of your skin, you're not going to make it to where you need to make it.
But
So
name some things specifically. What is white racism done?
for me personally,
No. And that's another thing. I noticed that when the thin Lipians come up here, they
is it
tokenize
Philippians?
their when they come up here, they tokenize their black children, and when we come up here, we tokenize them. I think that's weird. You know what I'm saying? Because you can say the truth without giving us your background. You can say 2 + 2 = 4 without telling us what you had for breakfast this morning.
So
So you know
what does
you
my
really
two
don't have to
plus
do
two
that.
equal? What does my 2 plus 2 equal? Because you don't know that.
4.
I don't think you. So
What is your reason
what's my
for
whole
saying any of
equation?
that?
Because you can't
All
tell me my
right.
whole equation to get to 4 because you don't even know what the original.
All right. Shout out to everybody that sent them Panther Paws. Thank you very much. Shout out to Jen and Stella. Thank you very much. Y'all didn't want to hear what she had to say. Not after the last guest. You know what I'm saying? We had to unpack a lot with the guest before her. It was just a matter of timing with Freya.
You know what it is? You know what it is, real quick? I'm just going to say this.
Yeah.
I really believe that a lot of black people who don't understand what white racism is, what it's done from, the just colonization, even before the transatlantic slave trade, even before imperialism, even before all of that. if they take a hard look at the Portuguese, and even before then, the Dark Ages, right after the fall of Rome. I mean, there's so much stuff that you have to understand about being black in this world. Okay, about segregation, apartheid, racial violence. What else? Like cultural appropriation and stereotyping by itself is enough. If some of these black people that we talk to on this platform even took the time to just unpack certain things just that have happened in the name of Queen Isabella, that have happened in the name of the Spanish crown, that have happened in the name of Portugal, that have happened in the name of Great Britain, that have happened in the name of Denmark, that have happened in the name of on and on and on and on, and what they did to the world. Okay, what they did to the continent of Africa, how they completely ran roughshod in a very horrific way over an entire planet of black people. Okay, it's hard. It's look.
They don't know about the history of the Congo.
No, yeah,
and King Leopold.
They have no idea.
And they'll turn around after talking about their proximity to mayonnaise and how they have a powdered donut laying in their bed every night. They will come up here and say that we need to be held accountable for racism when we talk about being intentional with self-preservation, self-determination, and building within our community. For some reason, that is what we need to work on not doing. And that, to me, is just you internalizing the morality of your oppressor. That's all that is, because to them, that is bad that we think that way. To us, that's something that's helpful in us growing outside of what they have done to us and doing what we have to do to come together and build. But why would that be a bad thing to you? Oh, because you have taken on the morality of your oppressor. It's that simple.
Well,
And that's
why what you do here on the platform is critical, because I do think some people, just like American was saying, that some people are just ignorant, and they've been socialized to think that this utopia can exist. And I lived in the UK for a period, and I would say that many of the black people that I met living there, they have that mentality. They have this whole like diversity inclusion outlook, and to say being pro-black is like offensive. Like, oh my gosh, you mean you don't want to include our non-black peers or whatever? And so, I mean, you'll get a lot of that from the British people and the European blacks, because they just feel like,
that's because a lot of them chose to move to Europe. So if you're going to choose to move to Europe, you're going to have a different outlook on Europe.
What they don't understand as Brits or black Germans or black Belgians, black people who've left Africa and moved to those spaces in Europe. Here's the deal, man.
Don't forget, I gotta go to the next guest, American. Go ahead.
Real quick, without black Americans, nothing happens. Nothing. There's no capitalism. There's nothing on this planet happens without us. Nothing. And people don't get it. Civil rights don't happen. All these things that are things don't happen.
Yeah, that's accurate.
But go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, can I speak, Robin? She, her.
Robin, you just joined. I got two people before you. Hold on. Jinxie,
No problem.
could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hello, I'm biracial. I'm 46 and she, her. And I just want to,
There's no such thing as a biracial person.
I'm,
Biracial is
I'm,
a description.
my father was black, my mother was white.
So what does that make you?
I'm black.
Okay, cool.
That's how I
All right, go
identify.
ahead.
Okay,
All right,
so,
cool. All right.
um, yeah, like that's how I identify. I
Mm-hmm.
really love your lives. I've been in a lot of times. First time I've ever wanted to join. I spent pretty much from about my mid 20s on decolonizing and learning to appreciate being black and how it's special and it's important and how I want to be a part of my community, the community that recognizes me, that sees me, that accepts me, and so I really appreciate these lives because it's kind of validated how I've, chosen to live my life. Basically, I have a business. I chose to set it up in a black community. I mean, I do, of course, I hire white people. I try to hire the best people, but my focus is on helping my community as best I can. And that's what I want to do. And I think that it's not about being exclusive. It's just about looking out for my people first. Like, I don't exclude white people from anything. I have plenty of white family members and I love and adore them. But I go out of my way to be for my community, I guess. Like, that's, I set up I live in a black community. I married an Afro-Latino. I make sure I try to socialize as most I can in my communities because that's where I feel most accepted at. That's where I feel most
It's a little
comfortable. But
exclusive, just a little bit.
uh,
We're inclusive if you're, black, but um, there is anti-racism that needs to happen, but that's got to go on in an inclusive space among where the problem lies, which was in the white community. They need to be a little bit more inclusive
agree.
in order to dismantle racism. But pro-blackness, it's exclusive to black people, all black people, no matter what you're. And it's inclusive of gender identity,
Right.
nationality, religious affiliation. We erase all those other lines and we put black first. But yeah, it's a little
And
exclusive.
it was very hard for me, like, because I had some negative experiences, when I was younger. That it took me a long time to realize, like, they weren't the fault. Of they. Uh, it wasn't me necessarily being attacked by black people for being, like, oh, you're not black enough. I got that a lot when I was growing up, and it was just not. It took a long time for me to realize, like, that really wasn't the issue. That there were levels of privilege that I didn't understand when I was younger. That there's more
That
than
makes
just
sense.
black privilege and white privilege. There's wealth privilege and other things that went along with that I didn't really grasp the
You,
concept of. Because
hey, this is American Micro. You know what I'll tell you? You know what I would say to you? And this is really, really important. Just
what
stay strong in your blackness. That's what it comes down to. At the end of the day, you're a black woman. That's who you are. That's where that's your spirit. That's your soul.
That's your
You know what I
power.
mean? That's your power. Okay. And when you realize that, just like, I told one of the previous panelists, I'm like, and I'm just going to say this, and I don't want you to take it the wrong way, but you've got a lot of work to do. Okay. I could just tell just by listening to you, you've got a
I
lot
don't
of work to do. Okay. Just hear me out. Just no, you don't owe me anything. You owe yourself and your black soul everything. Okay. Just be aware of who you are, understand it, know your history, and really try to, you know, have it occupy who you are as a person, as a black woman. Try really, really, really understand what black women have gone through. Okay, I'll give you a great example. I'm my mother's caretaker. My mother's 85 years old. Okay, black woman born in the South, Small East Texas town. My dad was born in a parish right outside of Shreveport in the 30s. Okay, so one day I'm talking to my mom, and it was during the DeSantis when he was running for governor the first time, and he used the phrase cotton picking, and I said, "But Mom, can you believe he said that to the there was a black man who was running for governor as well?" And she looked at me and she said, "You know what? I picked cotton." And I'm like, wait, what? She's like, "Oh yeah, honey,
Yeah,
I
my
picked
father picked
cotton."
cotton.
Yep. And then
Mm-hmm.
she said, she goes, "Your father picked
right.
cotton and sugar cane." And I'm like, "What?" You know, see, these are the things that make us who we are as Black people, not just, you know, not just on this planet, but in America. We are the strongest. American Black people, African Americans, are the strongest people on the face of this freaking planet. Okay? Without us, none of this happens. None of it. Okay? The decolonization of this planet will only bring the fruits to bear. But until that happens, and it's like Brother Legend said, that's 400 or 500 years from now. So every step we take as Black people is crucial to our survival as Black people on this planet. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know I have, like I said, I've been going about the last 20 years of my life trying to decolonize and embrace who I am. And it's been a struggle because, you know, I was definitely raised in the white side of my family and the white neighborhoods and with around white people. And it's hard getting out of that. It's been difficult. And, you know, when I hear like people in the comments saying, oh, she sounds white. Well, I'm sorry for you if you think that this sounds white. I think Black people can sound like anything. So I'm
Ain't
sorry.
no such thing. Yeah, don't start reading them comments. They don't know what they talking about.
Right. But it's like I appreciate coming in here because I love the books that you tell people to read. I always like write down the authors and I get as I can from that. And I just appreciate the education. I really do. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Appreciate you, sister. Thank you for joining us. Everybody, we almost had 100K. Keep tapping like. Let's get to 100K likes. All the brothers and sisters in here, please tap like. Let TikTok know that y'all are in here so that hopefully I hope y'all are following brothers and sisters in the community more than y'all following some of these bunnies and kins. Cause if you are, tap like. If you got melanin on your timeline, I need you to tap like so we can get more melanin up in here. You know what I'm saying? Because it puts us all in the same algorithm. You know what I'm saying? It puts the live on the algorithm of who it's intended for. You know what I'm saying? It's intended for everybody. You know, everyone can come up and join and have a discussion with us. But this is for the sweet potato pie eaters. You know what I'm saying? Everybody with a washcloth in their shower right now. That's what the live is for. Thank you very much. I'll go to the next guest. Robin was. Oh wait. I'm sorry. Hold on, Robin. I want to get to you, but hold on. Cricket, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? You've been waiting so patiently.
Yes, I am 22, and my pronouns are he, him.
We missed the first word you said. You're what?
I'm white.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to us.
I want to preface this by saying I have been watching for a little bit. You come up a lot, and I obviously have a lot to learn, but I appreciate what you're doing. I live in a village of less than 700 people. There's not a lot of Black people around here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer the questions. Can interracial relationships be problematic? I think they can, very much. I think there's a lot of things that can be problematic. I'm transgender, so I know it's not the same thing as race, but I know that cis people can't experience the same things that I have, and so I can't experience the same things that Black people have, or any other race. So there will always be a gap that can never be filled, but I don't think the relationship would be impossible. I think it would be harder, of course. I think it could be a preference or fetishization. There are obviously white people who fetishize different races. I know you talked about love earlier and how Roman love, you know. I personally lost my train of thought. I am autistic, so I'm really bad at generalizing people and groups of people. So I try to wrap my head around all of this the best I can.
Mm-hmm.
I look more towards our ancestors and our animal relatives, and I believe more in like polyamory. I don't believe the love setup we have, at least in America, works for humans very much. I don't know how to explain that better.
What's an animal relative?
Like our caveman ancestors
Oh
and
no. Okay.
bonobos
All
and
right. Wait. Hold on.
chimps.
So you're talking about your caveman ancestors?
Well, humans evolved out of Africa.
Oh no. Mm-mm. Europeans have caveman ancestors, and they also have animal ancestors, which is interesting. If you know about the Neanderthal gene that's present in everyone except continental Africans, you know that, and you can look this up yourself. 1 to 3% of DNA of those that are non-African actually have a Neanderthal DNA. Um, um, and living in caves was something that was mostly done in the northern tribes of Europe, which are now, the Anglo-Saxon, the Gaul people being the French, the Germs, and so forth. They lived in caves. Africans, there's no proof that Africans ever lived in caves.
Right. I didn't mean I lost my
It's
train of
funny
thought
because I,
again.
I wanted to make a video on this. So it's funny that you bring it up. Um, you ever see the Darwin like scale where it's like a little monkey that becomes a bigger monkey, then becomes like almost a human, and then it turns into like a
Yes.
white man walking around?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that funny? Because we know that the first humans were in Africa for like 300,000 years.
Yeah.
So why would he skip over all the black people and just go to a European man walking upright? Like, it's just kind of funny, right? Like,
This
they
white
think,
centric everything.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So when we watch Fred Flintstone, and they talk about it as in living in caves was something all humanity was doing, they're doing the same thing. There's no proof. There's no evidence. There's evidence in France of anthropologists have found of people living in caves, but not
When
in
I said
Africa.
cave people, I kind of just meant ancient people. I know,
Oh,
like,
okay.
it was mostly Europe that lived in caves and stuff, but I meant
Yeah.
ancient people that moved out of Africa and
Okay.
looking towards our, like, primate relatives, like bonobos being more openly sexual, and not monogamous.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Um, Interesting. So you're saying monogamy is unnatural?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it could be a choice. People can be monogamous if they want to.
Monogamy is a monogamy as a default is Eurocentric. I can agree with you there. And on the continent of Africa today, there's even the polygamy belt, where many people still don't practice monogamy as the default. But I understand that. Okay.
I guess I'll move on to the next question. I don't know if I can actually answer that one, so I will omit it.
11. Oh, one closes at 11 and another one closes at 10.
I
Um,
don't know who that is.
I'm not sure. Can y'all mute people, mods? Can y'all do that? I don't know if y'all can. If you can't, just let me know. But when people come up here, we gotta mute them because they don't be ready. Oh, y'all can't? Okay, it's
I
cool.
think it's
I got
Robin.
them. No, it was D. Okay, Cricket. So you can't answer the third one. I'm not mad at anybody that wants to skip a question. I'd rather you skip a question than speak on something you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And then, can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship / family?
I think, well, white culture, I really don't believe in it. I think when white people moved to America, at least, we let go of everything that we ever had. it's like, I don't know what part of Europe I'm from. I don't have ties to any of that culture. I kind of don't have anything over here. So I don't know what I would be mixing with black culture to, well, not me personally, I guess. But
You know what?
I think, what was that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I think black and white people can be in relationships just fine, but it really is person by person, I think. Because I have a close friend, she is black and Venezuelan, and she has a white husband, and I don't think that was a good choice to make. I believe he probably has some fetishization within him, but there are also people around me who have good, nice, healthy relationships, interracial relationships.
Okay. I think you were spot on with the there is no culture part. There's definitely not a cultural exchange going on.
Right.
So, yeah. D, did you want to say something?
Hello, everyone. All right.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome, and welcome. You are in Brother Legends Live. Go ahead and tap that screen, you guys. We want to get to 150K. I need you to tap that screen. Tune in. Give the host. He's up here doing a lot of work. Y'all stressing brother out. Give him some gifts. Send the panther paws. Get rid of these claws. You guys, let's have a little fun. You're in Brother Legends Live.
Appreciate you, D. She's so funny, man.
Lit.
You know, we could make up a song about this. You know that, right?
We
We could
definitely
make up
Yeah,
could.
one
giving main
like
character energy.
right now. Like okay, hold on. So let's think about it. This is Brother Legend, and he's trying to hip the world to all things that are black. So it's like, this is Brother Legend, trying to hit the world to all that is black. Oh, this is Brother
Yeah.
Legend, trying to hit the world to all that's black. Well, his time will come when
Jive turkey.
everyone is black under the sun. I'll just leave it at that.
Yo, I'm dead. He actually did that. He did that though. He did
He did
that.
that though.
Yo,
You got some
that was
skills, man.
crazy.
You got some
Yeah,
skills. Got the
right.
vocality. Okay.
That was good. I like that. I might actually need that recording for my. Oh yeah, y'all. I'll be posting these lives on YouTube now. Check out the YouTube. I'll be posting all these lives. If you miss anything, you want to see something again, it's on YouTube, y'all. So it's about 4 days behind, but it's on YouTube. I schedule it every day, but it's about 4 days behind. So if you want to see today's episode, you probably gotta wait till what's today, the 20th? You gotta wait till the 24th, 25th. So it's 4 days behind. That was very soulful, American. Thank you for that. I love that run you were doing. And I'll go to the next guest.
Really quick, just let me say, you do so much for. I mean, dude, what you're doing is just amazing, and it helps whether they realize it or not. It helps so many people in our community. You know, so I'll just leave it at that.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the DMs y'all be sending me, man. I get a lot of love because I know there's a lot we have to unpack every day. I'm hoping that my live gives us a space to unpack some of that and learn some things. I get a lot of love, of course, in my Discord. The link is in my bio. Anybody else want to join us? It's a Pan-African Discord. We've got books, thousands of hours worth of lectures. You name it, we talk about it in there. 400 plus Pan-Africans. Shout out to everybody that's in the Discord, but I'm hoping this can kind of be a oasis on the app. and I'm planning to grow this platform. We have a nonprofit that we're building. There's a lot going on. I'm being more than just pro-black on TikTok. We're actually doing some things in the real world.
I got your back, legend. I got your back. Let me know how I
I
can support
appreciate you.
other
Yeah, no,
African super
we're gonna link up
Yeah,
in Ghana. I'm coming
yeah,
out
yeah,
there.
yeah. Definitely, definitely, definitely.
Absolutely. All right. So I appreciate y'all tapping like, and I'm gonna go to the next guest. Robin, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Robin. My age is 60. Baby boomer, I guess I am. I'm 60. I'm a woman, but she, her. Um, and yes, your lives are very informative. But I got to say, for me, I live in my blackness every day. I don't think about it. I know it challenges, the majority at large, but um, I I accept this pro-black. I'm pro-black. I'm pro for my community. I'm pro for the progress of my people. Um, uh, I don't think I need any help to recognize or accept my blackness and to function fully in the society. But what I wanted to talk about is the last question. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship, family, environment, community, right? Um, I listened to a lot of the comments around that particular issue, and I would just say no. And I think that we have proven that that is the case, that we cannot. And we spent so many decades trying to integrate the two cultures or the two races in a democratic, capitalistic, imperialistic society, and it just doesn't work, and it hasn't worked, and it's not ever going to work. I think we really got to move to, for lack of a better term, I guess, separate. If we're going to be able to rise above and get the black race, black people in this country and globally on an equal and equitable playing field, we need to have our own schools so that, subjects or topics like you cover in your live are addressed, and that people like the young woman Siobhan was on can take advantage of. Yeah, we need our young black children coming up to be in their own spaces where they're celebrated, where they're taught the history that, who was it, American discuss. We need our own businesses. We need our own schools, our own, I mean, you know, I was educated in white institutions, uh, I lived grew up in a white municipality, a township. I grew up and went to majority white public schools. Then I went on to a PWI, predominantly white institution. Uh, and now we see, and our own people, our own leaders, educated and otherwise, they steer us in the wrong direction, right? Our black teachers, our black ministers, in every space in society. Uh, Being a black person, young and coming up into the world, we get poor directions from our parents, from although they all mean well. I mean, I grew up in a two-parent household. My parents did, I have no problem with what they did for me. But nonetheless, they were they used the tools that they were given. And I'm an older woman, and I understand what needs to be done. I believe, and I can be corrected, but I think assessing uh, where we are in the society, we really have to get in our own spaces, and a lot of other, and it's not unheard of for Black people to have our own spaces, because for our own development, to celebrate our culture and who we are, because every other race has them. I mean,
Mm.
you look at the Jewish community, you look at the Asian community. So Black people have lost their identity through integration and assimilation. And we get rejected every minute of the day when we're trying to integrate and assimilate, right?
We lost
So,
our
and I think,
identity through integration.
yeah, I believe so. Um,
Define what you mean by, or elaborate. We
well, I mean,
lost. Uh,
we lost our identity through assimilation, or integration, right? When you put a kid in, in a uh, in a predominantly white school in the suburbs or elsewhere, I mean that's what America is. That's where we go. Even in private school, that's even worse. Uh, where
when
we're
you say,
learning
who do you
about white
mean when you say we lost our identity?
culture, right? We're learning white history, right? Culture, right? We're
Okay.
learning the European centric viewpoint, right?
Hmm.
Perspective. So we're reading their books, not the books that you're telling me to read to, on your live. But yeah, we are being indoctrinated in European centric ways. You just described to a gentleman that just came on your live, or a trans person, that look, the Darwin evolution of man shows everything white, and that's what you learn. Uh, One of
Hmm.
my nephews is in medical school, and they're assessing that the books and the curriculum that people are learning in medical school, because they're using white bodies for everything, right?
Mm.
Lights. So Black people can't even get treated uh, in top medical institutions here in America, and I guess abroad, because every medical school is teaching using a white physicality.
Wow.
So yeah, our whole society. So Black people, I mean, our society prohibits what you're trying to teach, Brother Legend, prohibits it,
Hmm.
um, in every space. So how can you
Robin?
be pro-Black? I mean, how can people be? How can Siobhan get help? And there are a lot of people needs help, right, to understand what pro-Blackness is, to celebrate who they are naturally, right? Their culture, their
Hmm.
spirit, their ethnicity, whatever. But we don't have that. Um, So yeah, I think the last thing, yeah, we all the tools and mechanisms throughout vehicles throughout in our society is void of Blackness, or void of recognition, acknowledgement, celebration of Blackness.
Hey, Robin,
So
I
people
want
like,
to piggyback on that. I want to piggyback on that really quick. This is American.
yeah, sure.
And I'm totally digging everything you're saying. Just think of this as well. Throughout history, there have been instances where our communities have been targeted, and the goalposts. Every time we do something well, like in Rosewood or Tulsa or Elaine, Arkansas,
Mm,
Wilmington, North Carolina, the goalposts, they're either literally burned to the ground, the goalposts are, or the towns are, or they're
mhm.
buried under, or they're filled, they're under, lakes. Um, and I think what's
Yeah,
really
yeah, but mhm.
no,
Yeah,
no, no,
I,
no,
I
no,
I
no,
understand.
no, 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 I'm agreeing with you completely.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
I'm saying is, um, on top of everything you just said, just realize that there are these instances where we, as Black people, have built these townships that we're thriving, that we're moving forward. And I'll say this: you and I are the same age. I'm 64. Okay, um, I will say that if we, or not if, when we build this again, we've got to be ready to like defend it, like really defend it. You know what I mean? Like give our souls and our spirits and our bodies and everything to the definition of who we are as Black people, and realizing that our history is in bondage, but it's also in greatness and in things that encompass our ability to move forward as a an amazing race of people. So that's why, I mean, I do a lot of research on this stuff, man. I mean, I don't have time to even go into it with you, but there's a significant part of our history after Reconstruction up until about 1965 that
Mm.
Black people need to understand. I mean, the rest, I mean, before that, I get it, but that part, that part is important, man. It's important, because um, we have a long way to go, and yeah, it's we're not in a situation where we can have allies anymore. We're not going to be holding hands singing kumbaya into the sun up some hill. There's no beautiful city on the hill walking into the sunset. So yeah, there's just keep doing what you're doing. I mean that's how I feel at any rate.
Yeah, I mean, uh, well, I'm not looking for allies, really. I mean, certainly not white ones, but I'm just looking for a space where
That's what I
my
mean.
people can thrive, and we can
Africa,
thrive. No, that's
Africa.
not necessarily true. That's not true. That's not true. They're facing the same challenges we are, to be honest. I mean, I've worked in Africa. You got to. I mean, I'm not. I don't know if you traveled there, but that's not wholly
I
He
true. I
live in
lived
mean,
Ghana.
there.
I
yeah,
live in
I
Ghana.
understand, I understand,
Yeah, I live
but
in
yep,
Ghana.
yeah, but it's all I mean, colonization is um, all over the globe, on every continent. Quite frankly, the black man is struggling everywhere, everywhere. South
Absolutely,
America.
but if we want to build, if we want to build these spaces, we can't build our spaces in the midst of them because just what America pointed out, even those attempts have all been destroyed. You can't sit in water and
Well,
not get wet.
and
So
Africa's not being. All right. All I'm saying is this. What I just wanted to say is that no matter where the black man goes in the world, he's going to be targeted, and that's a fact. It's a fact. So what I'm saying is, no matter where we are, I mean, I grew up in a lot of different spaces, and no matter where I was, my father, my mother made sure that we were um, standing strong in our blackness. Okay. It was not a day that didn't go by that my mother didn't tell us that we were beautiful, right? So, and encourage us to have relationships with people that look like us in our community, and to come back and work in our community and help our community. And that's what we don't do well globally. When black people become educated and or acquire any pennies of wealth, what do? We go rush and live in communities that they don't want us. I mean, not they're not burning crosses on our lawn anymore, right? They just don't want you there, the restaurants are not ours, our religious, nothing. The schools are not ours. Why do you want to move into a suburban neighborhood when your kid is the only black kid in the whole school?
Mm.
Why would you desire that? But anyway, that's what we do. Even like, I mean, there's plenty of black communities where black people can come back to and thrive and have nice homes and do all of that amongst your own people. We don't do that. And I don't, that's something that we need to really talk about. You know, we got to go back. It's nothing wrong with going to a PWI or whatever, but come back into your own community, reinvest in your own community where the majority where we all are, you know. So I mean, even here in the United States, you hear, I mean, you said you're from Ghana. Here in the United States, you have people from Ghana and Nigeria and all those countries. They rush to Europe, to Oxford and all those universities in Europe and in the United States. Stay in your own country. Build your own universities. Here in the United States, African Americans, you have an opportunity. Our HBCUs are struggling because Black children want to go to young people. They want to go to Stanford and Harvard and this thing. So when we have comparable institutions, Howard and Spelman and the Morehouses of the world, FAMUs of the world, you know, highly regarded institutions, the
Morgan
best, the
State.
brightest, yes, yeah, the best and the brightest Black people come out of those schools.
I
So we got
think,
to be,
yeah, I
we.
think.
So
Mhm.
go ahead. I'm gonna shut up.
Well, I was gonna say, I think if we're gonna build anywhere, Africa is the best place to build. But I do understand there is colonization on the continent. Right now, as we're having this conversation, though, the revolution has begun on the continent. Africa is going through a revolution,
Facts.
and it's not being televised because they don't want the world to see what's really going on there. They're hoping they can, kind of quiet it down, but it's
So
it's
brother,
yeah.
Legend. So, you know, I have friends and colleagues that live in various countries. When you say Africa, which country is going through this revolution? Because I can, you know, I wish that were true. Um, but the battle for Africa is on. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake
Yeah.
about it.
Well,
You know,
there's 7
I
countries in
mean,
total.
Africa is rich in resources. There was a Black woman, I can't think of her name, but she did a great TED. I don't know if folks are familiar with TED, but she talks about that. I think what was her country? I want to say,
So these are the countries
there are,
currently.
Like
Um,
the francophone countries have kicked
yeah.
it off.
yeah, I
Nigeria.
So
have a very close friend that lives in South Africa in Cape Town. And let me tell you, there's a battle. I mean, we all know that Africa is the resources supports the world, right?
Right,
The
Congo.
world Yeah, the world cannot survive without the continent of Africa and all of its resources. So I get it, but it's not. In different countries are at a different pace regarding revolution. That's on. Yep. Okay. Hmm.
well, right now, and that's the thing, is to know what's going on right now, you'd have to watch the news in Africa right now. Like, I'm not saying what you're
Oh,
saying,
somebody. Mhm. No,
like
what I'm saying
right
is
now.
so. So we see it. We seen 1999. We saw a unified Europe, right? As far as its currency, right? As far as banking, as far as economy, a unified Western Europe, right? With the euro, the consolidation, all the currencies being to €1 dollar. There's no more French franc, you know, Italian lira, and all that stuff, right? So that's what Africa has to do. Unify its economies.
This is what I'm
um,
saying, Robin. I
it,
know you you
okay,
you
so
keep
you say
going
it's
over me.
happening.
It's
Okay, I'm sorry.
happening
Okay.
right now.
Hmm.
Like
Maybe
right
maybe
now.
it's not fast enough. Maybe it's not
I
fast
will
enough for me.
send you whatever videos you need to watch to know what's happening right now. It's so new that I can't
Okay, so
even
no, I'm with you.
be
I'm gonna
like
check it out.
pretentious in this information
Okay. Well, dude, I'm
because
going online
it's
tonight. I'm
too
gonna do
no,
some
I'm telling you,
research.
it's too new. But as of maybe about it started 2 years ago, if you really want to, consider Burkina Faso, but um Mali, Niger, Chad, and the Sudan, there's things going on right now. Specifically, I'm the most proud of the president of Burkina Faso. Man, he warms my heart. What they have done, they've created a Pan-African constitution that he signed with Niger and Mali, and it warms my heart because it's Pan-Africanism on paper. in
Yeah, I think
legislation.
I think he
That
read that
that
at the I think he read that at the UN. I think he read that at the UN. Yeah,
he
yeah, go
did.
ahead.
He didn't read that at the UN, but he did. He did have a speech.
Yep, yep, yep.
And yeah, so that was a thing. But then what's going on in South Africa? The EFF and Julius Malema. I'm watching them do fill a stadium of 100,000 Pan Africans, and talk about how they want economic freedom from their colonizers, the Boers. So as I'm watching all this, it really warms my heart, and I'm seeing the political discussions going on at some of the forums. You can look at PLO Lumumba. If you just follow where he goes, you'll see what's going on with him. Joshua Mapanga, he's another, like, these are like Pan African, like, scholars slash preachers. I don't know what you want to call them, influencers. I don't know what you want to call them, but um, when you follow them and you see the conversations that they're having with other Africans, and you see who else could I direct you? Well, Julius Malema is a good one too. But when you just see what's going on the continent, I forgot the name of the sister. I forgot the name of the sister right now. I'm drawing a blank. But you see what's going on the continent, and you see how they're talking about Pan Africanism. They're not just talking about Africa. They're not just talking about their nationality. They're even speaking up for the diaspora, saying, we're going to help y'all come home. Yes, the spirit of Thomas Sankara is definitely with Ibrahim Traore, as he's guiding the Sahel region right now through its revolution. But there's a lot going on. Ibrahim Traore is building. He's building the second. There's only one other one, and it's in South Africa. He's building the second nuclear power plant in Africa. The United States, for example, which is about one, maybe, I don't know. It's not half. I would say maybe a third the size of the continent of Africa. The United States has 54 power plants. 54 power plants. The United States alone. Africa only has one. And Ibrahim Traore is about to build the second one. In his homeland, Burkina Faso, they're going to build that with minerals, uranium that comes from Burkina Faso, because they've been powering 25% of Europe while they haven't had electricity. They only have 10% of them have electricity in their own country, but they power 25% of Europe. That's ridiculous. Europe makes 4.4 billion a year off of their resources and gives them 1.4 million with an M. That's like if I made $4,000 and gave you $1. That's what's been going on. Europe, France specifically, has the world's third largest gold reserves and zero gold mines. Zero gold mines. Mali has, where is it, Mali? Yeah. No, Niger. Niger has the world's 15th. It's the 15th largest gold producer in the world. And they have zero gold reserves. They have zero gold reserves. So France is number 3 in gold reserves, but they have no gold mines. How does that make sense? Where are they getting that gold from? Niger is 15th in the world at producing gold, and they have no gold reserves, zero. But France got it all. Ain't that interesting? So things like that, revolution like that is going on right now. So it's like, I'm optimistic about the next 50 years for Africa. I think now is the time, if you're going to invest, now is the time if you want to move. There's 13 African countries that offer African Americans dual citizenship. Now is the time. Get in before prices go up. But you know, I think that's
Yeah,
what I
obviously,
think.
I got to jump in on this as well. And
Hmm.
I think that we've never really seen a time until now where the diaspora, the Western diaspora, has come back to the continent. And that's what's going to make the difference because obviously a lot of continentals, like Robin mentioned, they are colonized. So they have, a lot of them, they don't have that Pan-African mindset. But
Yeah.
obviously those of us that have lived in these environments and gone through what we've gone through, we have that passion and we have that fire. And, currently the continent is the safest place for our people in the world.
Mm.
And it's a place where we're going to be part of the majority and we're not going to face that racial construct every day.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main reasons that I'm here because I believe that's what's leading to a lot of our people's instability, their mental health deteriorating, and all that. Is you're being in this compressive environment constantly, where you are faced with the violence and double standards and the systematic racism. I mean, you don't really realize it while you're in it how compressive it is until
Yeah.
you experience something different, until you go from being a black man or woman every day and microaggressions and all that to just being a woman or a man, and you don't deal with that confrontation on a regular basis. So I would say yes, that's one of the reasons
Wow.
I'm here. That's what I promote through my social media as well, is for the diaspora to come back to the continent. And we've already tried many initiatives in their environments to have our spaces, and those boundaries have repetitively been violated. So that would tell you that is not the environment for us to try to do this. The environment for us to try to do this is in a terrain that we have not tried, which we have not in mass tried to migrate back to the continent and bring our skill sets and our resources. So
Okay.
that is what I think that's the
Hmm.
place that we should focus on. And obviously the continentals, we are influential. Diasporans are influential to continentals. They really look up to us in regards to all the things that we've achieved in the international community via sports and science and fame and notoriety.
Hmm.
So when we bring that back to the continent, it's exciting for them, versus a lot of the resistance we face in the West when we're trying to confer to our peers, the truth. And conscious blacks coming back to the continent can have a huge impact. So, and I'm speaking from experience. There's a lot of people
Yeah.
coming back to Ghana since year of return, and the energy is just electric here. So yes, but yes, I
Yeah.
just wanted
No,
to piggyback
I
on Miss
plan on,
Robin.
yeah, I plan on raising my children over there because I want them to pass the doll test where they show them the black doll and the white doll. I want my child to be, you know what I'm saying? They show the black doll and the
Oh
white doll.
yeah,
They say
yeah, the
which
the
one is
study
good.
when the child picked the white dolls and all that.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
representation
need,
matters.
you see
Representation matters, and we
yeah,
can't
I
get
need,
around that. And if
yeah.
you're growing up in environments where you're not seeing yourself reflected all the time, and
Hmm.
you see that's why our people are so confused, because a lot of them really just want to estrange themselves from their blackness. They feel they need to be exceptional, which means exchanging themselves and trying to gravitate as close to
Yeah.
whiteness as they can be,
Yeah. Let
versus
me.
when they can see themselves positively reflected. It makes a big difference.
Hmm. That's what I'm. Yeah. That's what we gotta be intentional. But let me get to the next guest. We've been going on for a while. The next guest, Rice Crispy. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
My age is 33. Race is black. Pronouns he. Um he.
All right. Appreciate you, African superstar. Thanks for joining us. All right, go ahead, brother. Let's get back on topic.
All right. So can interracial relationships be problematic? Yes, I believe they can, and I feel like that all comes down to the people who are in them and what reasons they are in them. Um, like if it's just out of love, then I think that's fine. But if it's out of if it's some kind of like I don't like black people, I don't like white people, I don't like this person, I don't like that person, then that is very problematic.
I would say problematic for who? Because even if that's the case, it could still be problematic for the children and their identity, and it could still be problematic for those that are in the family of the people that decided to fall in love and put that
So,
before everything else.
I, I understand
It's
what you're saying.
problematic for the community and the children.
So the thing about, I'll say this. So so for the children, I'll say, it's all about what you instill in them. Like you can still instill your black values, and being proud of your race and being proud where you come from. That I think that's where a lot of disconnects come in interracial relationships, where people don't pass down their values to their children, their culture, any of that. And I think that's where that leaves a big gap in the community. Um, that also same thing. It's like they don't instill that. They don't instill like you're still a black person. You're still able to show what it is and why you're proud to be
What
in
I mean
this
for the
culture.
community is me bringing Becky to the cookout with raisins in the potato salad, and she keeps brushing her biracial son's hair because she thinks it looks unprofessional and a little ghetto.
Again,
You know
that
what I'm
comes with,
saying?
yeah, and that's someone you wouldn't want to date. And that's the problem. See, the
But the
women
thing
that I've
is, I haven't met a thin Lipian yet that I haven't run into cognitive dissonance or an ego wall at some point when we discuss topics about race. And I've been hosting this live for over a year. I
okay.
have not met one that I've been able to regurgitate the knowledge of the books and the scholars that I've read and
Mhm.
studied, and they haven't had some piece of white supremacy that they can't let go. They can't let go. They won't do it. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
No, that's valid. That's a very valid point. I can only speak from my personal experience. I can't speak for everyone else, but I know I've dated like black, white, Asian, whatever. But the thing is, I have rules, and if they can't, follow what it is, my culture, these are the things that you have to understand. You can't bring this here. If that's what's inside you, then this can't be a relationship.
And I mean, if your rules are in alignment with what's in the best interests of your people, your community, you're gonna run into issues. That's why I say, despite the good intentions of the relationship, and that's a Christian Eurocentric value where it's like I meant well, so it's okay as long as I mean well, and I decide to learn and work every day, then it makes me okay. And it's like when you make those mistakes that you don't know you're making, it still can be damaging to our community. It can be triggering to those that still suffer from the multi-generational trauma or post-traumatic slave syndrome like Dr. Joy DeGroy talks about. Like, it could still be problematic whether she made an innocent mistake and thought she could say the N word at a Drake song. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she does everything else right, but the one thing she didn't know was that you can't say the N word at the cookout and when Drake says it. Or
Mhm.
there's other things, that are more covert than overt.
Yeah.
So it's like she's it's to me. I think we fantasize these highly woke, non-problematic, thin Lipian people, and I'm like, okay, where they at? If you were really so unproblematic, why haven't there's 200 million of you in the United States? That's what the census says. 200 million. Why haven't 10,000, 50,000 of y'all come together and started acting the same way y'all act when your favorite team wins a hockey tournament Or when you lose an election, why haven't y'all come together and done something about what the hell you see going on with black people if y'all are so unproblematic? Where's the John Browns? Where like if y'all like why don't y'all come together then? Because we will sit here and fantasize that we have met these people in our lives and we dated them, but where do they really exist at? I'm trying. They sound like they live in the same neighborhood as the Yeehaws.
So
Yeah,
I
they
agree.
don't exist.
I
They don't
agree.
exist.
I agree. They're few and far between. I mean, and this is the thing too that's interesting. Because I actually dated someone who was a white woman who was raised by black people. Like she was adopted by black people and raised by black people. And it's interesting because that you say that because even though she was raised by black people, she had outside forces that were not telling her like, "Oh, you're white, so this is what you're supposed to be doing." And so she did have a conflict of what is who am I, which I think is a very interesting thing that you're saying about no matter what, they're still going to have that white supremacy kind of ideal or something inside them.
Have you read Afro Pessimism by Frank Wilderson?
That's a good book.
That's a good book. Yeah, read it. The reason they don't let go of, first of all, the reason they feel like they can be unproblematic is because whiteness is defined as pure, innocent, and without spot or blemish, things like that. And they've been told they're white. This definition I just gave you, they've been told that they're that their whole life. So they feel like as long as their intentions are good, we're supposed to accept them as innocent until proven guilty. But when it comes to the topic of race, unfortunately, and anyone that's thin-lipped might want to sit down to hear this. Y'all are guilty till proven innocent with us, because we have not had a very pleasant experience. Neither have our ancestors. And that being the case, they can't let go of certain parts of white supremacy because it defines who they are. Without it, they're nothing. And they're afraid of that they'll be like us because they see us as nothing. We're the people that don't exist. We weren't made to exist. We were made to clean their dishes, work in their fields, take care of their children, nurse their children, take care of the house. They weren't supposed to have to think about us. We were just supposed to clean up and do what they told us to do, and they didn't have to think about anything. So they literally brought us to this country to not exist, and that is why they treat us like we're non-existent. But us not existing validates their existence because whiteness is defined by what it is not. And whiteness doesn't exist. It's a social construct that's built on a lie. So it doesn't exist. In order to qualify it and say that it exists, they need to see something that doesn't exist in order to feel like whiteness is real. I'm better than you, and that's true because of look at who you are, and you don't even exist. So I exist. So that's a whole thing. Afro Pessimism is a good book, man, if you want to get into it.
No, I'll definitely look into it. That's a very good point that you brought up.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I mean, that's the thing about interracial relationships. It goes back to that. But keep going. Keep answering
All right.
questions.
And can you be pro-black? And I'm sorry, it's a bit cut off. It says, can you be pro-black with a I'm guessing that says non-black spouse.
Yeah.
So that I believe yes. I believe because it's all about what you're teaching. Are you teaching? Are you still teaching like, hey, I'm proud of being this who I am. This doesn't change who I am and what I represent. Or are you throwing away your blackness? Are you trying to just assimilate to white culture? So I feel like that's what it breaks down to.
I agree
All
with
right, but
that.
pro-blackness. How do you define pro-blackness?
How do I define it?
Define it.
Just
Yeah.
like for me personally, I would
No.
define it as
Pro-blackness
being.
is not subjective. Objectively, have
You
you?
said it's not subjective.
It's not.
Like so, pro-blackness isn't subjective.
No.
Okay. All right. I mean, I can only give you my definition. I can't give you. I mean, I can
The
tell you what I
definition that you've
think
read.
it is.
Now, this is the
No,
thing.
I can give. Yeah.
No, I know, but see, this is the thing. A lot of black people think they know what pro-black means because they're black. And the thing is that we forget that we've been conditioned since very young, in an anti-black world. So we cannot go based off our feelings. Some things, when it comes to race and the best interests of our people, are going to be counterintuitive. So it's not just going to be like you can look at the ground and tell that the earth is flat just based off instinct. It's
Yeah.
going to look flat. You're not going to be able to look at the ground and say the earth is round. My apologies. You're not going to look at the ground and say the earth is round. On instinct, it looks flat. So you can just say it's flat, and I trust my instincts. But the thing is, we actually do the studying to learn deeper. Pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. So, being that that's the case, you can't build our community with people outside of our community. It doesn't work that way. Being pro-black means that you're building within our community and you're making that a priority. What happens when you have a non-black spouse who usually people prioritize their spouse as well, right? So let's say your spouse is a colonizer of a certain land. Let's say she's from Belgium and you live in the Congo, and your people are having a revolution where they're kicking all the Belgian people out of the Congo because they have colonized the land long enough, and something pro-black, a revolution is going on in the Congo. And let's say it gets even really crazy, and they, start unaliving those who choose to stay anyway. What are you going to do in that scenario if you're married to one? Do you prioritize your wife, or do you prioritize the liberation of your people? And that's where you can't prioritize two things at the same time. So if you're with a non-black spouse, you cannot prioritize the community. I'm with a black woman. I'll never have that problem. I could prioritize my community all day. My woman is safe. She on my side. So you see what I'm saying? How can you be pro-black and prioritize our community with someone that is not in our community? It would be toxic for them at some point.
So let me even go. I'll just say this. So pro-blackness is a commitment to the well-being, empowerment, and uplifting of black individuals and communities. Okay, and what does that envelop? It means your racial pride. You're pro-black. It's advocacy for equality and equity, cultural awareness. I mean, all these things, empowerment, for black people through education, economic growth, self-determination, to be totally in solidarity with other black people, advocating social justice for black people, educating, promoting education. I mean, there's just so much that you have to understand about what it means to be pro-black. It's not, and you need to study that, and you need to understand it as a young black man. Okay, I'm just saying that because I've been there. Okay, and I'll digress on that.
Oh, that's interesting. See, and that's the thing. Like, I grew up in Philadelphia, and I participated in a lot of the Black Lives Matter protests. And
Shout out to Philly. My
yeah.
wife is from Philly.
Oh, nice, nice.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that I saw, one thing I thought that was interesting, of all the protests that I've been to, one thing that I kept seeing was that they were all about 85% white people. Like, if there were no white people there, there would be no protest in those situations, which is very interesting to me. Like, why there was no black people.
Mm.
And that's one thing that really always confused me.
I know why. Because I didn't want to go out there either, to be honest.
Nope, I didn't either.
Why was this?
Because because they had soldiers on street corners. I was in Los Angeles at that time, and it was wild. It was really wild in Los Angeles. I
Yeah.
lived I lived smack dab in the middle of Hollywood, and there were soldiers with big, pum pums, blacka blackas. You know what I'm saying, on the corners, looking. You know what I'm saying. And who are they? Who are they there for? They're there for the protesters, right? I look like a protester every day. If we talk about Black Lives Matter, I look like a Black Lives Matter protester right now, sitting on my couch. So I wasn't trying to be out there. If and that's part of, Black Lives Matter was an anti-racist movement. It wasn't pro-black.
Yes.
Black Lives Matter was out there addressing police brutality. That is an issue in their community that affects our community. I say let them do the work. Our ancestors already did the march and all that other stuff, but that didn't change much.
Can I
You
get
know.
some?
Uh, who's that? Is that Ghost?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
49, black, from Texas, living in
Okay.
Buffalo. For the
Uh-huh.
question, it says, can interracial relationship be problematic? It's only if you allow it, and the person you with will allow it to happen. And the preference of fetish, I think it's a preference. Some people, some people do get into interracial relationship for a fetish, but I think it's a preference. And can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I think you can. Um,
Please qualify that, man, because you're stumbling.
no, I'm not stumbling. I think you can be pro-black being with a non-black spouse.
Tell us how, man. You just heard me give the definition.
I heard you give the definition, but the thing that gets me with this question is there is some people that validate black people. Yeah,
Validation.
yeah.
What
There's
does that
some white
mean?
there's some YT people that will go to bat with black people.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You think that's pro-black?
No, I don't think it's pro-black. Pro-black is what my mom and my dad did. My mom and dad was Black Panther. They was in the Black Panther
All right.
movement.
All right. So go back to my example of the Congo, right? Belgium colonized the Congo. Your wife is from Belgium. You in the Congo. You a black man in the Congo. You from the Congo. The Congo has a pro-black revolution, and they're kicking out all the Belgianese or whatever they call them folks up out of the Congo. Do you help? Does your wife say, yeah, you know what, I'll move, and you leave with her? Or what do you do in that scenario as a pro-black man with
I'm gonna help my people.
you're gonna help
I'm
your
going
people, so
I'm going to
you're
help
gonna
my
kick your
people.
wife out the country?
No, that it's a difference when you talking about helping your people. That's a totally different situation in having an interracial relationship.
No, but I'm all right. But in this scenario, it's forcing you to choose your priority. Is your priority your wife? Are you going to be with her, or are you going to be with her and leave your people behind, or are you going to tell your people that wait, guys, I love her? Like, what are you going to do?
It depends on what the situation is, bro.
I just told you the situation.
If it comes to helping my people to survive, I'm gonna help my people survive.
Helping your people to survive is not pro-blackness. That's anti-racism, and that's the problem when we haven't. That's the problem when we make pro-blackness so subjective. It became subjective during the Black Lives Matter movement when a lot of people
But
that.
see, I disagree with the Black Lives Matter movement because the simple fact is this. Okay, I grew up in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Okay, there's more black on black crime than ever. So where is it where
Can't hear you, Legend. Can't hear you, Legend.
okay, say what you were saying, Legend.
Don't come up here talking about black on black crime. That's
See,
ridiculous.
that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing with Black Lives Movement, the Black Lives Matter movement. That's the thing. When someone steps up and say, "Hey,
When someone steps
we
up and they wrong as hell, then they start saying, "Why can't I be wrong as hell?" You know what
no,
I'm saying? Like
no,
that's how you
no,
sound. You wrong. You
no,
wrong for
no, I'm
that.
not wrong.
You wrong
I'm
for
not
that.
wrong. I'm not
Yes,
wrong
you
for that.
are. You
No, I'm not.
objectively that is incorrect.
How?
That is a
Okay,
myth.
so
That is a white supremacist myth that you just brought up.
no,
Black on
no,
black crime does
no,
not
no.
exist.
Hear me
Black on
out.
black crime does not exist. Crime
Okay,
exists.
okay.
That
So
is it. It's
where
just
you live at?
regular ass
Where do you
crime.
live at? Where do you live at?
I live in America.
No. What hood do you live in? Because
I've lived in
where I come from, people that's killing my people is the
Oh
same
no,
Bro,
colors as
don't say
me.
the K
I'm
word.
sorry. I have to say
I'm
something. So
sorry,
crime is
my sorry,
vicinity based.
I'm sorry.
It
I
has nothing to do with
apologize. I
race.
apologize. I apologize for that. But where I come from, the person that's unliving the same person is the same color as me.
Because they live in the same
Oh,
vicinity.
because
It's like, are black people
Proximity?
committing the most
It's
crime in
called
China?
proximity. Well, like, are
Like,
you serious?
are you like if you go to China, are black people committing all the crime in China?
I'm not saying. See,
It has
this is
look,
why.
crime is poverty.
This is
Crime has
where.
nothing to do with race. Like this is something
This
white
is
people
where.
came up with.
This. This is I where people get things twisted when someone says, "Hey, the person that's unaliving me is the same color as me." Then we
Hey,
go back to
Ghost,
this saying,
Ghost, Ghost, Ghost. Hey, check it out. So I've grown up all over the place, right? Like I've grown up in Washington State a lot. My
"I
dad
did
was in the
too."
military. No, just listen to me, man, for a second. Just Mike, mute yourself and just listen to me for a second. I've grown up all over the place, right? Um, I've seen, and I was in the Marine Corps, so you know, I have an understanding of history just because of that. And if you know what someone just told you was a lot of this is based on proximity. So if you look at just the last 75, 80 years, right? And you look at World War One, that was a war based on Europeans unaliving Europeans, right? World War Two in Europe, same thing. A bunch of Europeans unaliving Europeans, right? So, I mean, there's the what the white patriarchal Christian evangelical nationalists would have you believe is that we're all savages, and
right.
we don't know how to take care of our own.
And we lack humanity for each other.
Yeah, that doesn't that's just we as a people have been up against it for the last 450, 500 years. And believe me when I tell you, they thought we weren't going to make it through the 20th century. They thought we were going to be gone by like the 50s or the 60s. Okay, that's why Theodore Roosevelt and Harry S. Truman said, nah, we're not going to. The reason we don't have health care for everyone in this country is based on the fact that if they provided health care for everyone in the country, they'd have to provide it for black people. And they weren't going to do that. There's a lot that I would say, where'd he go?
One thing about the truth is a lot of people can't take it.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
bad.
I'm glad he left. Up here spreading that white supremacist
yeah, that was
We're
wild.
Literally, I was like, the panel cannot believe this man is over here talking about black on black crime.
Oh, they
That
got the
is,
5 pause. That's what happened. Shout out to everybody who sent the pause. Okay. Yeah, because that's the thing, and that's the thing about these conversations is that some of these narratives have already like what happens in the conversation. This happened with a movement called Negritude, which was the francophone version of it was a Pan African movement. We could talk about that another time, but long story short, what happens in a conversation about social constructs, race, things like that, is there's a debate, then we come to a conclusion, then we move on. There's another debate, we have another conclusion, we keep moving. Shawnees, I'm gonna just mute you for a little bit because you got echo. So we have debate, conclusion, we move on, debate, and so the thing is, some people are late in the conversation. They don't know we already dispelled the black on black crime thing. Like that was already actually Black Lives Matter helped a lot of people understand that a little bit better. So some people don't understand. Like another thing is like black women are masculine. Like that's another one we kind of already, you know what I'm saying, like through already. We understand, like or black people are lazy. Like these are old discussions that have been debunked and talked about. Some people aren't caught up on the new parts of the conversation where we at now. So kind of sad. And then they don't want to listen.
Gotta give something to
Because
eat.
brother, you at 128. So hello. Hello, and welcome in to Brother Legends Live. You are in Brother Legends Live. I need you to tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tap in and tap on. Tap into the screen, you guys. Gift the host and let us know what you think of the insane membrane. Chat in the live, but tap that screen. Send the pause when you need to. And kick all the cave coochie and cave nuts off the app. Let's go, you guys. Tap that screen.
Yes, we don't want that cave coochie. No cave coochie.
I'm gonna
We
bow out, guys. I'm gonna bow out. I gotta get something to eat.
okay.
I love you, legend. Take care of
Yes,
yourself,
sir.
and I'll
Love you
talk to
too.
you soon. All right, man.
Appreciate you. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, we like it brown downtown. Shout out to the sisters. The sisters running the show right now, man. The mods down there doing their thing. Leisha, lovely Rose Petals, Molly. Appreciate y'all. I'm looking for my other mic, but we can go to the next guest. Shanice, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Oh, you breaking up, family. Mute bring the top of your screen down and bring it back up. The
Okay.
top of your screen? Yeah. Okay, try now. Hey, somebody in the comments tell me what flag she got in her name. What flag is that?
Oh, it's the Nicaraguan flag.
Nicaragua, okay.
Yes.
Shout out to the Nicaragua Africans. Appreciate y'all. Go ahead, sister, give us your age, race, and pronouns. Oh man, your mic is iffy.
It better now?
There you go.
Okay.
Yep.
So my race is black. My age is 31. And my pronouns are she and her.
All right. Thank you for coming up. And go ahead, answer questions and talk about what you want to talk about. Go
Okay,
ahead.
of course. So the first question is, can interracial relationships be problematic? Yes, they can. Is it a preference or a fetishization? I believe they kind of go hand in hand with each other. Because I feel like when it comes to interracial relationships, some people really don't have like valid reasons of why they want to prefer another race. It's kind of like being a devil's advocate. Like being a devil's advocate for white supremacy doesn't make sense to me. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? No, you can't. I even can go further when a pro-black person dates even a fair skin or biracial person, because it's still like you're still choosing to go to the closest thing to proximity to whiteness. And can a black and white culture fully coexist in a healthy relationship or family? No, they can't. But you can honestly tell from a biracial mixed kid who grew up with a white mom and a black mom.
Damn.
And those are my inputs.
Damn, she held nothing back. I ain't gonna front. Damn. She said not even if you light skin. She don't give a damn. She said, nah, that's interracial too. I would say,
Thank you for
thank you for that. I ain't mad at you.
I was
I'm
gonna say
just
something,
gonna
my brother.
say what? Go
And
ahead,
what
sir.
she said, I was in a live, so I love what she said, because I was in a live yesterday. No, day
Mm-hmm.
before yesterday, and a young man was talking. I had never been in his live before. I didn't, whatever. But they were asking him, and his topic was, "Can you be in an interracial relationship and be pro-black?" That was literally his topic, and it was he was not prepared for the conversation. That was quite obvious.
I seen that. I seen that brother too.
So did you hear when he said? They asked him what he preferred, and he was like, he dated all races, but his favorite was biracial black women. And it was the craziest thing, because he didn't even understand it. And when she said that, the proximity or getting some level of whiteness involved was extremely important to him. And I thought that was insane. But when she said it, she said it so eloquently that I was like, ooh.
You know what? I ain't gonna front. I understand where you're coming from when you say that, and I would say, to me, the mindset matters as well. When a brother says, "I prefer them biracial," whoa, red flag. You know what I'm saying? Definitely prefer. We know that that's a fetish. So there's something wrong with that. That ain't self-love. But when I think of biracial brothers and sisters like Angela Davis, like Huey Newton, when I think of, wait, was Angela Davis biracial? Yeah, right. I mean, she's related directly to the people that came over on the Mayflower. I think that's crazy. But when I think of, the leaders that we've had that were pro-black, very much needed voices in our community, I think mindset has something to do with it. But if you're fetishizing their phenotypical proximity, you know what I'm saying, or even their privilege in colorism, then that's an issue. I think it can still depend in my like. You can't tell me a brother gets with Angela Davis and their relationship ain't pro-black, because that man's gonna have to be revolutionary as hell if he's with Angela Davis. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say that it's not pro-black, but I would say based on the conditions by which he chose to be with her, it could be problematic, definitely. You know?
I don't take away their blackness, but from coming from like, a darker skinned woman like myself, when you see a pro-black
Yeah. Me
speaker
too. Yeah.
speaker or, athlete, for example,
I know. Mm-hmm.
they date, the fair skin or the biracial because, they're quote unquote the safe black woman, because
Now,
wait,
I can agree with you there, and I would say that those that do that type of stuff maybe shouldn't be leading the charge and they should show improve a little bit more because they have that colorism privilege. They still have that privilege that's granted to them by our oppressor because our oppressor can see them a little bit more clearly as human. Their light shines a little brighter, like colorism. So anyway,
I made
yeah,
coming from a black dude, it's like I've never had to, that's a big red flag. I've never had to discriminate on black women based on how dark or lighter they were. That's so weird as a dude to have that as one of your quote unquote preferences, which that's not a
yeah,
preference. That's 100% a fetish. Like that is so weird when dudes like to single out, and it's definitely mostly lighter women. They'll single them out, and I'm like, dude, that is like I've never had to even think about doing that, but some dudes
yeah,
go out of their way to belittle and especially most cases black dark skinned women and that type of way is crazy. But
But
that's
that's
like
the
you said.
yeah, that's
yeah,
the mindset. That's the mindset of media and modeling agencies and these movies doing it. They got a lot of black people thinking that that's the way. That's the better choice. So over time, when you're young, a lot of people didn't experience that. So like you say, anything close to the proximity of YT, that's supposed to be the it factor. So that's
yeah.
why.
Well,
But
but my thing is too, they black, but yeah, we they just gotta watch their privilege, and I agree with sister because I'll be looking at some of these politicians and some of these pro black voices of today will look kind of crazy when I see their wife and she look like Alicia Keys or something. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of wild. Or look like Mariah Carey or something talking about they the first black couple to do this and they both you know
yeah,
they like they don't look
yeah,
nothing like us.
yeah. Well, that they make sure anything high up in government, they kind of
Mhm.
make sure that they be more fair skinned.
Yeah.
They if you ever pay attention, it don't ever be both that's dark completely. It don't ever be a husband and wife in government that's gonna be both dark completely. If so, they'll be at a low level, but high up, it won't happen. Where they got to show you on TV every day, it won't
Yeah.
happen. It's gonna be one or the other. That's the way they play it. It's gonna be one or the other.
Somebody down there said their wife looked like Alicia Keys. I'm dead. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's the and that's the game, man. That's the way
Hey
the game is
man.
played.
Hey
Even
man. Look.
yeah,
It
that's
don't take away from her blackness, but just make sure you're intentional about uplifting. I say the more melanin, the more power. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
the more melanin somebody have, the more you gotta give them power to speak on their experience, and don't be sure not to censor that privileged. Colorism is real, so be sure not to just censor them in our discussions and stuff like that. But you can't deny them their blackness. It's just they got to be a little bit careful, and
yeah,
and brothers got to be careful too.
yeah.
Yeah,
I would never deny a biracial black person
Oh
the
no, no.
saying they're black. First of all, I never tell biracial people in general, and I know we don't biracial, but I never tell them how to identify because it's a slippery slope. But I find
yeah.
it interesting that he said that because there was always this level of comfortability, and I've had this conversation with several of my brothers that you need something that looks less of or less than to them, quote unquote, because black is a very diverse thing. And it's always interesting how we correlate lighter with more feminine. And so you have this thing where,
Mm-mm.
No.
yeah, you have this thing
She
where
ain't lying. Go
it
ahead.
becomes like really dangerous for us, and it becomes really dangerous for a black biracial woman because now she's being fetishized and put in a position where she's expected to be less, I guess you could say, black or less of a black woman in their presence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I'll be honest.
go ahead.
That narrative of black women kind of hurts my feelings. Like, I don't want to say hurts my feelings, but it touches a little close to home for me. Because my wife is very feminine, and she black as the Queen of Sheba, and I love it. You know what I'm saying? Like, she is 1,000% woman. But I wish a person would um look at her and say she masculine, um and I'm more feminine because I technically, um you know what I'm saying, maybe not the same complexion as her,
Yeah.
um but you know what I'm saying, because you're gonna get corrected. You might get corrected by her too, you know what I'm
Oh
saying, because
yeah.
she is a black woman, she feminine, but we gotta understand femininity don't mean that she's quiet and soft, you know what I'm
Oh
saying,
no.
but she a black
No.
woman still.
Nah. I got a lighter skinned friend of mine, and I told her, I said, let me tell you, as long as you on your job and you do your job, you can pass all day. I said, but if
uh
they see any little bit of militancy in you, it's
mm,
that light skin privilege gone. That whole
yeah,
that
that's true.
it's a wrap. That
Hmm.
light skin is gone. Once they see
Hmm.
any militancy in you, that's it.
Hmm.
Any pushback was is over.
Yeah.
And and actually, it when I told like a lot of stuff that she didn't see at first, and I used to talk to her about it. She used to pick at me. She used to call me little Malcolm. This little Malcolm that she, and it's like as soon as I started telling her, weeks after on her job, she started catching them problems. Boom, 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 back to back. The wild emails, the little stuff they do
Uh-huh.
that let you know they in charge. She started catching all that back to back to back to back. And I used to tell her, but she used to pick at me. Okay, little Malcolm, whatever you say, why everything got to be about race? Why it got to be about this? I say, it ain't me. I say, it ain't my fault. I ain't make it up. I didn't do it. But she started seeing it. So now she see it full fledged. She see it all the way through. But that's it.
My microphones keep going out. But let me give somebody else a chance to speak. Who came up next? Did we talk? Rashad, did you talk, brother?
Yeah, I got it. Just listening.
Okay.
Uh,
I believe she just
yeah,
came
I'll
off.
jump in. Do we
Go
have
ahead.
anybody?
We can't. Oh, okay. He's just hanging out. All right. We'll go to Jack of All Art. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? Oh, you've been up here before, right?
I have indeed. You know what? I've got some. I've got some story to tell you actually.
Uh.
So remember last time I was here, right? And I made my comment about yes, it can be a problematic to be in an interracial relationship. I got some white guy send me a private DM calling me racist, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This happened to me every day. It
Right,
happened to me right now. I guarantee it.
calling me racist. So anyway, so I thought, you know what? I'm a bit curious about this guy. Let me go and look at his profile. Then I went to his profile and I saw that his missus or girlfriend, whatever, is a black woman. So then anyway, because I was going to ignore him, but then when I saw the black woman, I was like, okay, this guy thinks that he can call me racist because he's got a black woman to vouch for him, right? So I said to him, just because your missus is black doesn't qualify you to be on a black platform, right? And start calling black people racist. You're not qualified.
Right.
So how dare you call me racist? How
It's the
dare you
entitlement, man.
come at me,
It's
right?
the entitlement.
But that's the thing. It's like I think and sometimes right. Sometimes I blame our black people because sometimes we give these people the chance to feel like they are qualified to even say
Let's
anything,
talk about it.
right? And that is what pisses me off. Is the fact that we allow this to happen, and most of the time they go unchecked. Most of the time they'll call you racist, and most of the time they will go unchecked. So
And do you know where this is from, brother Jacoby? This is coming from the years old process of white people owning other people's bodies. When you come into contact with a white person in a relationship, that man felt like he owns that black girl's body. That's why he came entitled to you to go in your DM and call you racist just for spitting facts. They
just
have
for
a they
saying
have a
something
they have a,
fact, right? So I said to him, first of all, I can never be racist as a black man. It's not in my DNA to be racist,
Mm.
right? That's impossible. I don't hate you because you're white. That's what you guys do, right?
Yeah.
That's what you, that's what you guys do. I don't hate white people, but and they right. You're not pro. See, the thing is why people misunderstand anti-racism and pro-black. You can be anti-racist and be with another race, be in a relationship with another race. You can definitely be anti-racist, but you're not pro-black. You are not pro-black. So don't see, and that's what I'm saying. People are getting it confused. People think that just because you support black people or you are black yourself, it means you're pro-black. No, there are black people who are not pro-black,
Right.
right?
Yep.
That is of them in the
Sorry.
inclusion of someone that looks like you, and they do not want to be excluded from anything. So even to support something that they don't feel included in, they cannot do. Black people will constantly support everyone and push every narrative for people to move forward, but you will find that if particularly YT people are excluded, they are not supporting it.
Yeah, so like I was saying, you can be black and not be pro-black, right? It's your mentality in the day, right? How far are you willing to go to support black people,
Right.
right? And so leave the pro-black people to be pro-black. Don't try and come in and try to pretend that, don't do it half-heartedly. If you're gonna do it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna be pro-black, do it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Don't choose and pick when you're gonna be pro-black, because you're not,
Yeah.
right?
I ain't gonna lie. Being pro-black is not for the weak, man. It is one
It's
hell of
it's
a journey.
hard,
It's
it's
one hell of a
tough,
journey, bro.
and especially and someone mentioned about I'm a dark-skinned black man, right? And I'm telling you right now, right? People automatically see me as a threat. Automatically. I've got a brother who's light-skinned, right? And he's never seen as a threat. People feel relaxed around him, right? And so this is my experience, right? Especially where I work, it's full of white people, right? And they see me, you can tell how uncomfortable they are sometimes, right?
One thing I noticed, well, in my conversations with more melanated brothers, we've talked about on different occasions where I've had conversations how people sometimes don't look them in the eyes when they talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that. I get
Yeah.
that. Like
I get
I
it
get,
too, but they really like. I've talked about it with my darker skinned brothers, and it's a thing where
bro.
we had a conversation, and he was just telling me like I could tell when somebody not fucking with me like by just how when I'm talking, I'm the
Mhm.
one talking, but they looking down or they looking like they not looking at my face.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that all the time. I get people literally looking at he must be a threat. I'm not. I'm the most harmless person you ever meet,
Mm-hmm.
right? But based on my skin complexion, I'm seen as a threat, right?
Mm-hmm. And your
And you know what? I
masculinity.
just got sick and tired of trying to prove to people that I'm not a threat. I got
Yeah.
sick and tired of it because
Your
that's what
masculinity also presents a
bro.
threat as well. Go ahead, Rashad.
No, I was just gonna say, live your life, man. You're gonna bend yourself crazy going and worrying about what other people are thinking about you, especially in response to some of this nuanced type of things we're talking about, especially these microaggressions that you see from people based on colorism and racism, man. you just gotta live your life. Like you can't worry about what other people are thinking about you, especially in public, man. As long as you got your community behind your back, that's how I feel. Go about it. They can police, they gonna do us any type of way. It's just how it is, man. We gotta work on
Yeah, I know,
dismantling some things.
bro. I'll be honest with you. I'm still working on it, man. I'm still working on it. Every day, I'm still working on that.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm.
I'm still
Yeah.
working on just being me. You know what I mean? And not caring about what other people think about me. Right? I'm still working on it. I'll be honest with you. I'm not there yet. You know. Anyway, let me go to the other one. Can you be pro? Okay, I think I answered that one already. Can and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship? And that's like last time what I said, and I still stand by it. No, it cannot. And
Mm.
the reason why that cannot happen is because we know from history that everything that black people do is being taken, right?
Mm.
And it wasn't until I grew up and became an adult to find out that a lot of the inventions that we use today is invented by black people,
Mm-hmm.
but they're never given the credit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A
Right.
lot of things that we do is being taken and never given the credit. I'll give an example. Music, and I will say this with my chest. Music was and is created by black people. Full stop. Every genre of music came from black culture. Every genre of music came from black culture. But when a white artist like what's that guy, the ginger guy from the UK, what's his name? Oh, I forgot his name, right? But when a white artist does black music, they
Sam,
become more
what's his name?
successful.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
Sam Smith or
Yeah, they
Ed.
become
Sam, what's his
Sam
name?
Smith, that's the one.
Yeah, yeah.
Sam Smith.
I figured that he was talking
They
about.
become more successful. If Sam Smith was a black guy, he won't be as successful as he is now.
Yeah.
He will not. That's a fact. Right? And you know what annoys me the most as well is when like I was listening to Vlad interview one time, and he was having an interview with a comedian, which I forgot his name now, just on my head, and they were arguing that black people are born with rhythm, and this Vlad was saying, "Oh no, no, that's not true. Black people have to learn. No, black people are born with rhythm. We have it naturally in us. It's naturally in us.
Yeah.
No one
God,
taught me how to dance. No one taught me how to dance. I never went in, but I can do it. I can move. I can dance. I hear music and my body just wanna move to it, right?
Yeah.
But do you know what annoys me the most is when, for example, twerking, right? Twerking, which is an African sort of dance. It came from Africa, right? Where the women are moving their hips and all that. I watched a video of a white woman doing it, and she couldn't. She was so stiff, right? Right?
Yeah.
But then we are proper like giving her all praises. Oh, well done. Oh my God, look at her. It's like we
Mm-hmm.
do it to ourselves. We do this to ourselves. We make them feel like, they can take our culture and own it. We do that. We give them far too much credit for basic things
Mm-hmm.
like dancing
Yeah, that's how
or
I
being
feel
able to
about that.
sing.
That's how I feel about that show, The Office.
We
It's not funny, but
Mm.
it's just mediocrity. It's a show about white mediocrity, and it's won many awards, and people swear by it. They love The Office, but the whole show, Michael, the boss, everyone, they're all mediocre as hell. So
Mediocre.
yeah, it's about white mediocrity is acceptable.
Yeah. Well,
regular.
it's,
And so we do it to ourselves. Like we as black people need to stop doing that. When we see a white person dancing, let's not make it like, oh my God, look how amazing it is. He's breakdancing. We're like, come on, man. But we do it to ourselves. We give them far too much credit for basic things.
Yeah.
right?
So,
And I'm probably gonna get I'm probably gonna get
community.
messages now saying calling me a racist after
Oh
this,
yeah,
but
you
I
are.
don't care.
It
I
happen.
don't,
Yeah, it happens every day, and I post them in my Discord. I post them in my Discord. Donkey with an H at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Onky of the day is what I call it. And
yeah.
I post screenshots of all the racist messages I get.
Yeah,
So
Discord.
if y'all want to send that. But Reem, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Tap the screen.
Yes, good evening. It's Rain and 37. I'm black and I'm from Texas and she, her.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, talk to us.
Can interracial relationships be problematic? Yes. I know probably looking at me, people are like, what? But my family is Creole. So everybody on my father's side pretty much looks like me, and then my mom's side is also of mixed race from her great grandmother. So like interracial relationships have been so far gone that like I don't even know anything of the sort. So anything I've seen has always been problematic. Is it a preference or a fetishization? I think today's age, it's definitely more of like fetishizing. Maybe way back in the day where people were loving in secret, that kind of thing. Maybe not so much a fetish. But nowadays, because it's so widespread and, you know, it's looked at to be trendy, I guess, definitely.
I don't think people was loving in secret because there was love.
I will say, not everybody for sure, but I do know of certain instances where like there were different races and I mean, this is interracial. So it doesn't, I mean, if we're just talking about white and black, then, you know,
Okay,
but
yeah.
I'm talking,
When I talk for black people.
okay. Well, I mean,
But
when I say other races, I mean like not just white.
so you're saying like Asian and indigenous or something?
Or, I mean, yeah, or even Latin. I know people that are mixed with Latin. I know, I
Latin's
mean,
not a race.
it's not a race.
It's a culture. There's
Okay.
black Latin people, there's Asian Latin people, there's
That's
all
true.
kinds of
Yeah,
Latin
that's
people.
true. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I do know of people that, yes, I mean, indigenous, of course, but I mean, I do know of, I have, yes, like I said, I've heard of situations where people have, you know, and this is a long time ago, again, when it had to be in secret just because of the way things were. Yeah, I think that was possible. You know, I'm not saying it wasn't, but I think again nowadays that's not the case. You know, nowadays again it's more
Yeah, I mean,
trendy.
I'll be honest. I preferred if we kept the topic between black people and other people than to open it up because it does get really nuanced. It's already a nuanced topic when we're just talking. Now we don't have to keep it black and white. It can be black and Asian, black and whoever, black. But there's black people in this live, so I don't want to speak for other communities and what they got going on. But I will say the reason I wanted you to kind of elaborate on that was because we know of many relationships back in the day that were kept a secret where our grandmothers were raped
I mean,
by their
and
master, and even the master would marry them. White men saw raping a ancestor as a rite of passage. They said you're not a man until you know have one. So that was a thing.
I mean, I
Virginia.
agree. I
You know.
definitely agree on that. You know, like I said, on my mom's side, her great grandmother, she was a product of sin. So pretty much what you're talking about. So I'm not even talking about that specific situation. You know, I mean, I'm
No, I
not
know,
saying that
but
that's
that's why you're talking to black
that's not.
people. So I had to ask you to
I
qualify to elaborate. But go ahead. No, I understand.
Um, the next question, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? No, I don't believe so. But I did kind of want to, you know, what I've always thought was pro-black, kind of listening to y'all in the live. I was thinking like, okay, well, am I not pro-black? You know, I figured just supporting my community, not only supporting my community, you know, as a consumer, but, you know, within my workplace, especially within my position that I have. supporting my community within legislation whenever I can, but I mean, I don't know if that's considered pro-Black. I definitely would say I'm more anti-YT more than anything, just because of, like I said, my mixture of, of course, I have a few different things, but that is.
We not
We're
anti-white.
not anti nobody. Just to
I
be
would say
clear.
that I'm definitely more so like the whole colonization part of it for sure. I mean, growing up, growing up, I interacted with very few people that were white tea, and even now, where I live is very diverse. But the community, like the people that I hang out with, the people that I see, the 5, 10 people that I see every day are not. So, I mean, I don't necessarily interact with them. And then I do find that sometimes, especially nowadays, conversations can end up being problematic just because of difference of opinions and perspectives. So, I mean, ultimately, whether or not, it's being said, that's kind of where I am. But
So is your significant other a marshmallow man or woman?
no, my significant other is Black. He's a
Oh,
dark-skinned
okay.
man
So
from East Texas.
what makes you think you're not pro-Black?
Like I said, I was listening to something that Jack of All, I believe his name said, and he was saying, he kind of made the preface of saying, like, doing those said things didn't necessarily, constitute as being pro-Black. And so I was like, okay, well, is there other things that
Building within the community, building. You supporting is not building. Building means coming with us to build our community, empowering brothers and sisters on the continent. For example, I have a nonprofit where we're building an algorithm that will teach African history to children and adults in layman's terms, unapologetically from the words of our scholars. It's something that is part of me doing what the best I can to unite the diaspora so we can all be on the same page and have a resource that can explain to us the history that's been taken from us. I'm working with African programmers on this project. I'm building something for the community, with the community. And then even in my love life, I'm married to a Black woman. We have our assets in a trust. We have a trust, meaning that there are guidelines to how our wealth will be distributed to our children. And those guidelines are going to require them to keep that wealth within the community. So this is pro-Blackness, building for either your family. You don't have to, do something like start a institution or do something, but in your family, it's easy. You can be with a Black man, have Black children, raise them to love themselves. That's building within the community. If you don't have children, cool. The two of you coming together and working and building, in some way within our community, that's pro-Blackness. It's an action. Just supporting and standing on the sidelines, clapping for us and speaking up at work, all that stuff, that's anti-racism. That politics and laws and stuff those laws aren't written for us. They're not enforced for us. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a that's a legal institution, a construct built by our oppressor. That's not for us. That's not that the laws here in America are the same. Uphold the same system of white supremacy that subjugate our brothers and sisters on the continent, oppress them, and colonize their land and take their resources. So we don't want America to even work. To be honest, if we're pro-Black, I'm not pro-American. I give a damn whether they figure out their problems or not.
And no, I understand. I mean, and I guess, just to elaborate, like I said, I definitely do things within not only legislation, like my fiance, he is a lawyer. He does live in an area where he can be a councilman, and actually do things for the Black community on a legislative type of aspect,
Do nothing in a white man's world for us. We got to build for us. So what he's doing is anti-racist. Okay. He's working in their systems built by them to subjugate his ancestors with a degree he got from their university to hopefully advocate for us in those anti-racist spaces, those spaces where racism is prevalent. He can go there and combat for us. But that's not pro-black. Pro-black is being intentional in building with us, not working with them on our behalf.
Bro, can I
Wow,
just give an
wow,
example? I'll give an
wow,
example of
wow.
that.
You know, if you niggers are so hell bent on fixing it
Out
for
of
yourself,
here with
why
your
don't you go?
funky ass. Take your ass
What
on.
happened?
Who the hell was that?
To the mods,
No, but
real
I
Right.
quick.
Yeah, we got it. Well, we got
Wait,
it
wait,
back.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. To the mods, don't bring up anybody with a clown emoji. Don't bring up anybody with. I'm sorry, I never explained that to y'all. My bad. Don't bring up anybody with a clown emoji. Those are usually thin-lipped men that take on a certain attitude.
Man,
Wow.
I wish he
Anyway,
would have
but
got. I wish he would have
I
got
was
through
gonna
with
I was
us.
gonna explain, right? See, pro-black to me is like, I'll give example, right? Pro-black to me is like how the Jewish people are doing it, right? With the whole the Zionists. Even though I don't agree with it, but to them that's pro-Jewish, right? They got their own system in place. For example, in the UK example, right? The Jewish community have their own police, they have their own ambulance, they have their own hospitals, and they have their own schools.
They have their own debit and
In the
credit card.
Oh, yeah.
right, in the UK, and that's in the UK, right? They have their own police, ambulance, schools, and everything, right? But unfortunately, when black people want things for themselves, it becomes a problem. It becomes an issue. It's a threat.
Over and over
Yeah.
again. Everyone is entitled to build with their own people. It is only black people that are constantly scrutinized for wanting to build their own, have their own, or to be with each other. It is only an issue when black people choose. But you literally have white tea people that will sit in these panels or in the chat and say that it is segregation, as if we have not been 60 years out of segregation in which their own people created. So it's the idea that you are so entitled to our space and our bodies that you feel entitled that we should not be able to grow because you want to stand on our shoulders. And that's the issue
Exactly.
in these conversations, which brother always be addressing. It's like everyone wants to stand on our shoulders and they do not want to see us elevate because it is comfortable for them. We have allowed that. And a lot of y'all that choose outside yourselves don't realize that you're just pouring back into another community and you're subtracting from your own. It's the weirdest thing to see. But y'all tap that screen. We need to get to 150. Let's go.
You see,
Let's
for
go.
me,
Yep.
I make it
Yep.
my, listen, I have to travel 30 minutes, right, to a black owned business, right, to buy my groceries, right? But you know what? I don't mind making that travel. I would do it every week. I would travel every week to just to go to that black business and put money in their pocket. I would do that. That is being pro-black, building, helping other black people build, right? That's what it means. Just being anti-racist is all good and all, but pro-black is a different level. It's another level to that, you know. And it's not just done in one day. It's a process,
Oh
right?
yeah,
Because you have
it's,
to educate yourself. You have to read, right? And then you have to actively change your lifestyle because it requires work, right? It's
yeah.
easy to it's easy to go to the white stores and buy their products and put money back into the system. It's easy. To be pro-black, you will have to go out your way, right, to go to these black businesses and put money in their pocket.
Huh?
So it's not easy. It's a process.
It's one hell of a process. They've taught you that the further you go from their religions, the further you go from God. Being pro-black means re-Africanizing yourself with the culture that was taken from you. And man, we love our oppressors' culture because we're so used to it. It's
Yep.
so comforting. It's so easy. But we're sitting in the privilege that was built even though it subjugates us as well. So we're not benefiting, but we are sitting in the privilege that is being taken from our brothers and sisters on the continent, even with the electricity I'm using right now. Even with the phone that I'm using right now, this cobalt was probably mined with a child without a hazmat
Hmm.
suit that's breathing in harsh chemicals in the Congo. So this
Facts.
is is sick because it's hurting us, but we still
Hmm.
benefit from it. It's very comfortable, but the more you re-Africanize yourself, you get like this X-ray vision,
Yeah.
Hmm.
and you see it everywhere. It makes you
Yeah.
nauseous. My wife, me and my wife, oh my goodness, she was like, she kept having little anxiety attacks, like kind of like I want to go back, but I don't. Like it's just the more you know, I'm telling you, the more you start looking at Jesus different, you start looking at Allah different, you start looking at your electricity, your car, your vehicle different. You start looking at everything, your relationships, what you eat, you start looking at differently. You know that cheese is not something that we do on the continent. It gets crazy, y'all. Like your spirituality is really hard. And for me as a man, letting go of patriarchy,
Whew.
oh my God. I thought patriarchy was innate. I thought that was part of humanity. I thought
Yeah.
men are supposed to run shit and lead shit. And no, black men and black women work together in the household. There's balance in our homes.
Yep.
Oh my God. It's crazy.
It's tough,
I'm a
man. It's
firm
tough.
believer in that, man. I always
Hey,
been a
I'm back
firm.
in. I'm sorry, I was tapping the screen. My bad. I'm sorry, I was tapping the
Oh,
screen.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, but they make us feel comfortable in turmoil, man. And that's the problem in this country. We feel comfortable in turmoil. Like as long as you feel like you got a nice house or a couple of cars, you get comfortable and you get in that mindset. Well, look at me. But like I
Yup.
try to explain to people in this country, it's a reason why they got 2 or 3 black people high up in the medical field positions. It's a reason why they got 2 or 3 black people in the judicial system high up. There's a reason for that.
Mm,
Because when they go to voting on stuff, you outvoted before you even vote.
yeah.
You can't make no noise, basically.
Crazy.
You know, I was having a debate with my friend, right? And I was saying that Barack Obama is not pro-black,
Hell no.
Nah.
right? He was trying to tell me just because he's black means he's pro-black. I'm like, no, he's not. He's not
No.
pro-black.
Definitely not all the things he was doing in Africa. Absolutely not.
Hell no. That
He,
man
he,
nauseates me.
oh man.
I wish he was here to listen to this conversation because me and him was having, I'm telling you, me and him was having an
You gotta invite
hour
him to the
debate.
live next time, Jack of all art. You gotta invite him
Oh
so he can
my
get
God.
open his eyes.
I'm trying to
They
tell
would
him
never
just
let a
because he,
president be pro-black. Think about that. A
No,
pro-black president
no,
would
it wasn't.
immediately
Hell
shut down the
no.
U.S. government and return $13 trillion to the African continent for all the harm that they've caused. Like and just enrich the whole diaspora. There
He
would be
like he lightweight he lightweight got in on that mixed race tip too though, for real, for real.
yeah. Nah.
Yeah, he
oh yeah,
did.
definitely,
He did. He got
definitely.
in on that mixed race tip. And
Yeah.
they hated Michelle Obama the whole time she was in the White House. They just dogged her out
Yeah.
constantly.
And that's what I said. And that's what I said to him. I said to
Yeah.
him, do you really think America will have someone with my complexion as a
Nope.
president?
Nope.
With locks. With
Never.
locks. With
Never.
locks or an afro.
No. Okay.
The fantasy world
Get
with
him
that
out
one.
of here. We want
But
him out
that's
of
the
here
funny
right
thing
now.
that y'all said that because I want you to think of this. So next time that you're in any kind of like going back and forth with a YT person or anyone for that matter, ask them how your blackness shows up in the White House or if it could. Because it's very interesting how they tell us that we all can be racist, right? Anyone can be racist, anyone, but they never think how we phenotypically show up or how we present naturally as ourselves and how it's challenged in their society.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even when Like when Meghan Markle married Prince Harry in the UK, they were dogging her out, and she's barely. There was I don't know if you guys heard about it in the US, but when she was pregnant with her first baby, one of the newscasters kind of dropped this meme that the baby was going to be a monkey, and they were like,
Yeah,
"Oh yeah,
I
like
remember that.
yeah," and that baby, I mean, he's looks like a white, he's got red hair like the dad. He looks just like the dad basically, and they were acting like, and Harry's way far from the throne, like he would never probably ever get to the throne,
Oh
but the
yeah,
way
he
them
done.
people was acting in the
Yeah,
UK,
that's facts.
woo,
Yeah, he
That's
done.
facts.
straight
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
straight up. So
Oh
they
yeah,
don't
the
like us in
UK. Listen,
positions.
the UK hates.
They probably don't
The
even want him to sit
UK,
up over.
the UK hates Megan. They hate her.
He probably
They
can't even
And the
they
sit
girl
in
has
giving
the
her this
passenger
like
seat.
the image of being a bitch, like she's difficult. She doesn't get along with Kate Middleton, the other brother's wife. Like they just paint her as like this slag. You know what I mean? Like it's terrible.
Crazy.
And she can't handle it because she's like, wait a minute, I'm biracial.
no.
Okay.
I'll tell you what she said.
What?
Right, one time she said,
She had
she
to leave the
said
country because she couldn't handle it.
she
That's
couldn't.
probably like the first
She
time she's
said.
ever faced that kind of racism before in her life.
I was about to say
Nah,
that.
she
She said in the
faced it. She
interview.
just tried to be
She
blind
said in the.
to it. She faced it, but
She,
they be blind to it, man.
no,
They
she
can't.
said in the interview that the first time she felt she was mixed race was when she came to the UK. Because in
Because in
America,
America,
she in
she's mixed.
America,
She's mixed. She's highly celebrated in America. She gets to play
yeah,
that
yeah.
card.
But
Yeah.
she said something about white pass.
Say what she said. Say what she said. Because what
Mm.
she said was she didn't know she was black. She said as
They-
if she did never knew
Right. Yeah,
until she
yeah.
was
That's it.
black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
what she
she
said.
found out. They know.
That's what she said.
They know. They
Oh
look
yeah,
at
she
you.
found
They look
out.
at you in 2 seconds, and they know. It
Oh,
don't
she
take.
found out, right?
They good with that color stuff. Once they look at you, they automatically. If you don't know, they gonna know.
The day
They
will
gonna know.
come when they're going to draw the line in the sand. It's okay while you the token, and it's okay when you're not threatening to them or when
Oh yeah.
you are beneath them somehow. I had a friend in university. She swore up and down that her and this white tea girl were besties,
Yep.
and then she graduated from university and she got this high paying position, and the white tea girl, had like a entry level job, and all of a sudden the venom came out. Like all of a sudden, she's like, I don't know
Yep.
why she came to me in tears. I said, girl, listen,
She don't supposed to
you
happen.
can only be
Huh?
you're meant to be the helpmate. You can't be
Yep.
the leader in this situation. They will never stand for that. And if the dynamics change in your relationship, even your marriage or something like that, then you'll see they cannot be second rate to us or feel second rate to us in any situation.
Nah, they
That's
can't.
what it is. They can't handle it. So
They.
That's another debate I was having as well. That I was saying to my friend that the UK is actually far more racist than America. Far more racist than America. In the UK, you see, the thing is, right, they do it in a very sophisticated way where you don't realize that it's actually racist.
Like
Just like Megan came to the UK and she thought she was black. Trust me, I'm telling you right now that the UK is far more. See, I was telling him, right, who do you think taught America racism? Like, who do you think taught America how to be racist?
Right.
It's a lineage thing.
Right? So you're telling me that the people that taught America to be racist are less racist than Americans?
But the thing is, you gotta remember.
I'll say that in America they're just more, they're very blatant and they're extremely violent. In the UK, they're definitely covert and they don't want to. On the surface, to call somebody a
Sophisticated.
racist is like so offensive to them. Oh my God, no, me, I'm not. But in America, they don't care if you call them racist.
But the thing
They're
is,
proud of it.
America is much bigger than the UK, and
Yep.
there are places where it's more covertly expressed, and then there's places like Texas or Arkansas or something like whereas Mississippi Mississippi. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then there's places like California where it's like, okay, it's more like Southern California. That's where it's covert. That's
Yeah.
where it's more like the UK. Like you gotta
Right,
actually,
I see.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just saying to him, look, like, I'll give you an example, right? It's just out of my head now. But I'll give you an example, right? As a black person in the UK, right? You see this recently they barred American Billy. It's a type of dog that they banned from the UK. You should see the amount of white people out there protesting, right? Protesting about a dog, about dogs, about animals, right? But when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you should see the backlash. It was, you know what I mean? So they
They
care
love the
more about
pets.
animals. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, they
they love
care
the pet.
more about animals than people,
Oh, we
right?
know.
I'm telling
Oh
you,
yeah.
there are hundreds of people on the street protesting about the ban on that type of dog, but yet you will not, you will hardly. I mean, it's sad. It's sad when you see it.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
They
Well,
lick
that
out the
one,
same.
that one we had on the panel a while ago did confess that they have animal ancestors, so they might just feel they
Yeah.
might feel a lot more connected to the animals than real talk,
That's
cause
I'm gonna use that on. I'm gonna use that now. He should have, or she should have never said
he
that.
said it. I didn't say it. He said it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
They lick out the same spoon they eat off
They
of. So
do. They
hey,
do. They eat food. They let them in their bed. Everything.
hey,
Like Lord have
kiss
mercy.
That
kiss
is
them in the
crazy.
mouth. Hey,
I know
you
they
seen the
meant to be
video?
companions and all that, but they blur the line with what they do with the animals.
I mean, the
They
way
be
that
lying.
pets are treated on the continent once again is different.
Yeah.
You can't,
I would
people
say
have pets, but
it's.
usually like for protection, they'll be in the compound, that kind of thing,
You
but
see what I'm
not
saying?
that
Yeah.
same cohabitation. Like they think that was wild here to sit there and
Picasa,
have them lick
picasa.
an ice cream and then lick it behind the door.
Mm.
I be asking
So,
them.
It's crazy.
I be asking them. I say, if you eating your favorite sandwich and a dog came up and bit the sandwich, but you was really hungry, would you finish it? A lot of them say yeah. A lot of them say
no.
yeah.
No.
I
He
only
can
had
have it.
one
The dog can
person
have it.
tell me
The
no.
The dog
a
can have
lot
it.
of them
He
would
can
Here
give
have
the
it.
dog a
the
bite.
dog can have the bones. Here in Ghana they can get the bone. That's it. What I'm saying? After you done ate the
Oh
chicken or
yeah.
whatever, they can have the
Mhm.
bone. But you're not about
Hey,
to sit there and feed them tilapia, give
Oh
them some
nah.
rice.
nah,
No, no,
Exactly.
no.
Feed on.
they'll put one piece of the spaghetti in the dog mouth and one piece in
Oh
their mouth.
Imagine that.
Oh, oh
when the
no.
all dogs go to heaven, that's all. No,
No,
no, the
what's
all
that? The
dogs go
Lady
to
in
heaven.
the Tramp when
Lady,
he had
Yeah.
the
that's it. Yeah, that's it.
meatballs.
Yeah, lady in the front.
I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie. My granddad had a dog that he really loved, right? And he used to put his food on the plate, like on the plate for him to eat, right?
That was the
But that,
extent.
but yeah, but that was rare. You know what I'm saying? That was like a rare thing. But yeah,
Oh
he
no,
loved
I
that
can
dog.
see
But
doing that. That's all
that
right.
was, that was
You
very
talking about
rare.
eating together,
But
eating in the same plate, both of them.
no,
Like he
not the
down there
same
with
plate.
him.
No, not the
He
same
down there
plate.
with
Nasty, man.
Let me clear that
him.
one up right now. It wasn't the same plate. The dog had his own
Okay, there
plate.
you go.
Y'all
The
ever see
dog
the
had his own
video?
plate.
They got a video of this
Girl was
lady.
cutting that watermelon and then fed the dog something and put it on the black dude plate.
What?
What?
No,
Oh
did
Oh
y'all see
yeah,
the
I saw
one?
no.
that. I
It was
saw
the
that.
potato salad where the mama, he was at his YT girlfriend family, and then they gave the dog, they let the dog lick the spoon, and she dipped it and put it on his plate. He
Yeah.
said, "You put it
Oh
on the
no.
plate."
Oh, that's so disrespectful.
Y'all
That's
seen
so
the
disrespectful.
lady that
Oh
the
no.
dog licked her
Woo!
he licked her wound and she lost her arms and her legs. You saw
That's
that?
nasty.
The lady who
No.
let the dog lick her wound, she had a wound, a sore,
Oh.
and he licked it and she lost her legs and her arms.
She let the dog lick her wound?
Yeah, he I guess she didn't. Yeah, she had some kind of sore on her leg or
Syria.
something. And
That's
he licked
crazy.
it and it seemed
Also,
like it's
also,
some kind of
Wow. The
Stay
pressure is
salty.
getting worse, man. Whoa.
disease he had.
There's a video. There's a video of this lady tongue kissing a horse.
oh no.
That went around. Yeah.
Hey, we getting deep
Oh.
now.
No, I'm telling you, it's wild. Like that
Yes.
horse tongue
Yeah,
all up in her mouth. It's
Nah, legend. Did you see there was a TikTok of a dude? I think it was a an engagement or something, and they were on the plantation. He was picking cotton, and she was like the madam of the house. Did you see it? It was crazy.
oh yeah, it was
He
like a
had on some
Yeah.
overalls, and he was
yeah,
like,
yeah. I saw it. I
crazy.
saw
That's
that.
I'm
nasty.
like crazy, crazy.
You brothers be
That's why
lost.
your live
Yeah,
is needed, man. Don't stop.
yeah,
Keep hope
yeah. It's
alive,
needed.
man.
'Cause we
I'm
got a
telling
lot
you,
of
right? I'm
Keith
telling you.
Headings out here. Keith
If he
Headings
said,
told
right,
me that joke.
if he said dogs' life matter, no white person will argue with you.
Mm, mm, mm.
No, I'm telling you right now, dog lives matter.
Scam
No
called
white person
All
will argue.
Dogs
Wow.
Matter, and I'm gonna take funds and support.
Oh yeah, you be
Honestly,
rich. You gonna be a billionaire. You
Girl,
do
you
that,
be a
you gonna be
million
just don't show
man.
just don't show your face when you do it.
I mean,
But you, as long as you don't show your face, you
I'm
gonna be a billionaire.
gonna find number YT women, and I'm gonna take the. Yeah, I'm a photographer, so I'm gonna do number they
Oh,
pictures and they little dogs. I'm be like, donate to this fund. It's going straight to the
That's a really good idea. We should use
yeah.
that for some nation building. We could use that
Get
for
one of
some
them little
nation
sad
building.
looking, puppies. You be in the house. They look like you about to start crying.
eyes of the puppy. You see
Yeah.
the
Set up
tears.
the GoFundMe, like, please, Fido needs emergency surgery. He needs to fly
Come
to
on,
India for a
come
special
on,
surgery.
keep it going. And,
Shoot,
you know,
$8,000
donating
off the
$1
rip.
a day to
He
Fido
needs a
will
first
save.
class ticket to Mumbai for,
VIP.
for
He gonna
treatment.
be up front. He probably have a
you
plane
know
by himself. Dog probably
the
have a
black
plane
guy,
by himself, man.
Y'all, I
the
gotta get
black
out of
guy.
here, man. I gotta go. I've been up here too
You're
long.
gonna
All
go.
right.
All right, man. Peace out,
Yup.
man.
I appreciate
All right,
y'all. Thanks for
man. Later.
joining.
All right.
Y'all
One
remember
love.
I'm closing.
Lala, you came in
Bag,
late. I
Have a good
bag
appreciate
rest. Have a
you.
good
first.
rest,
Make
man.
sure you got your rag and use it in the places that the crevices are unknown. Keep the cave coochie to yourself if you don't want to get in the tub.
Oh no, I don't want none of that. You the three panties that what no the three stains the girl had from you know who, but I don't want to say his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me say my
Y'all
goodbyes.
crazy,
I
man.
appreciate Molly, lovely Rose Petals, and Leisha, Kira, thank you for the gifts. Shout out to Stella for the Panther Paws. Thank you, D, for showing up, coming through. As always, I'll be back tomorrow. It's the weekend, so I'll try to get on here early. I'm gonna go to bed. Destiny Rose, appreciate you. Um, yeah, man. We're gonna be back tomorrow. I'm gonna do a video about that lady with the horse. I don't know. I might do like a little viral clip of that. Oh yeah, if you want to see the video of today's live, subscribe to my YouTube and click the notification bell on my profile if you want to know when I'm going live, because I kind of go live randomly. So click the notification bell. Sometimes I'll even be on other creators' lives, but not if the creator's problematic. I try to stay away from those. Infinite dollar signs. I appreciate you as well. And oh yeah, check out the Discord link in my bio, b1initiative.org. That's my nonprofit. That's what I do for real for my people. This is kind of a platform to help highlight our work. We got some great Pan Africans in there working. Appreciate y'all. One love. See you tomorrow.
Water.
Yeah.